Good morning, everyone. My name is Kalen McGee. I am a facilitator. Most of the discussion today will take place with the commissioners and the elected officials. At points, I will help summarize the discussion and also help keep track of time. The first couple of the minutes of this meeting will go as follows. Right now, I'm going to do just a couple logistics items to set up the meeting. Then I will describe the goals and the purpose of today's meeting. Then I will do an agenda review, what the flow of the meeting will be, and then we will begin with opening statements and introductions. So that's how that will go. There is an opportunity for public comment today. You'll hear about more about that in just a minute. So, pardon me for just a moment to talk about logistics. For those of you here at the dais, just a couple of very quick things. First of all, on the pink slips in front of you is a Wi-Fi code if you need it. The secret is to go to the coupon button on the website in order to access the Wi-Fi. Second, also in front of you is a way to order lunch, and we actually need those by 10 o'clock in order to get that done. So please, I might offer a reminder or might come by and grab those from you. Finally, I know you all went, especially the commissioners, went quite late last night. There's some coffee back there. There's also some water back there for you should you need it. So thanks. This meeting is a local government workshop, and it is certainly a hearing of the Coastal Commission, of course. Here they are. There is an opportunity for public comment. But this meeting is a little bit of a different type of meeting. And so I want to set that up for you, the participants, the observers, and also those who are watching remotely. The last one of these local government workshops was in 2015, and this is a meeting between the commissioners and elected local officials, city and county representatives. And the purpose of this meeting is to talk about extant challenges of implementing the Coastal Act across the coast, all the way down the coast of California. And what that looks like is, what some of those challenges are, is applying the Coastal Act with consistency, yet accommodating the different contexts found up and down the coast. That includes different types of coast, different types and priorities within communities, different economies, different funding streams. That's a challenge that does exist and will continue to exist. Similarly, there's a challenge of the Commission providing statewide perspective and leadership when it comes to the Coastal Act and the Coastal Zone, and coordinating with local leadership and perspective and priorities. That's what this workshop is about figuring out how do you reconcile those extant challenges. And so the nature of today's meeting will be that we will be seeking agreements, but not necessarily decisions. What's the difference between the two? Agreements in principle and priorities, especially in what we will be focused on today, is agreements in process. What do we do next to dig into three very important and difficult issues, which include short-term rentals, sea level rise, two substantive issues, and then a larger procedural issue, which is the development of the local coastal programs. So those are the three topics that we'll be talking about today. And you're going to hear me say this a couple of times today, again, for those that are watching remotely, for those that may come in and didn't hear this intro, because I want to make a distinction. Unlike some commission hearings, it's not to make a final decision on sea level rise and short-term rental policy. It is instead to seek agreements in principle and process next steps for digging into these issues and addressing those challenges that I mentioned. Statewide consistency with local context and perspective. Yes, there is a period for public comment. It is during the working lunch session, so please let me say something about that. The fact that it is during a working lunch is not a statement at all of the value of public comment. These are all elected officials and commissioners. A lot of resources have gone into this meeting. Like I said, the last time this meeting took place was in 2015. So they're here to make the most of this time, and that's why they will stay during their lunch to hear comment. We hope for your patience and understanding on that. We do have comment slips, and when we get back to comment period, I'll introduce that. Also, please let me encourage you, if you have additional comments about any of these topics, to please submit them as written comments. Here's the agenda. First, we will get opening statements from four of the folks who have spent a lot of time developing today's agenda, and that includes two commissioners and two elected officials. Then we will hear introductions from the rest of the elected officials and commissioners, and then we will move into the course of the meeting, which will begin with, First talking about short-term rentals, then talking about sea level rise, then talking about local coastal program. My piece is almost done. The last thing I want to do is read the goals for today's meeting. The goals are, pardon me. The goals are to have a full, frank, and mutually respectful discussion of key coastal city and county issues and concerns related to interactions with the Commission on short-term rentals, sea level rise, and the local coastal program. Seek agreement on priorities and specific actions wherever possible for each topic within the time available for this meeting. And then especially, identify next steps and commitments, develop more specific strategies and solutions for each topic following this workshop. Thank you very much for coming. Please, let me offer an opportunity for 4 folks to do opening comments about today's workshops. And Billy, what can I do? How have I been doing? How have I been doing with the mic? Okay. And I want to thank whoever just gave us an impromptu reminder to turn off cell phones or at least put them on silent. Appreciate that. Jack Ainsworth, Chair Bochco, Bruce Gibson, and Supervisor Bruce Gibson and Councilmember Ed Spriggs for opening statements. Order doesn't particularly matter. Please.
Thank you, Kaylin. It's going to be hard for me to limit myself to 5 minutes, but I'll do my best. So I'll try to whip through a lot to say. But I want to thank you all for attending this, all of our local government partners, and for participating in this really important workshop today. I also want to thank Ed Spriggs and Bruce Gibson for their partnership in pulling this workshop together. They are incredible gentlemen. I really appreciate the professionalism, so thank you. Thank you both. And I'm also really pleased that we have the opportunity and we have the resources to bring in one of our very talented facilitators, Kaylin McGee, to help us guide us through this workshop. Now, I just want to say California's Coastal Management Program is recognized as one of the most effective coastal programs in the nation and, quite frankly, in the world. And that is because the Coastal Act established a visionary yet practical approach to coastal land use planning through local coastal programs, or LCPs. Now, the Coastal Act envisioned a partnership between the Coastal Commission and local governments to carry out this visionary law. And we have been refining that partnership for over 40 years now. And of course, it's still a work in progress, and we continue that work today. But I think we would all agree that because of the Coastal Act, California has one of the most beautiful and accessible coasts in the nation and in the world. Now, as Kaylin mentioned, the Commission, we've actually held 3 local government workshops in 2009, 2012, and 2015 with members of the League and CSAC, focusing on ways to improve communication and collaboration with our local government partners, and how we can effectively or collectively improve the effectiveness and efficiency of processing LCP submittals. And I have to say, we have made great progress in improving our coordination and communication with our local government partners over the years. In most jurisdictions, we've established ongoing regular meetings with the local government planning staff. In addition, Commission staff has made it a priority work up front with local government planning staff on LCP amendments before they go to decision makers to minimize the number of those suggested modifications when an amendment comes before the Commission. And these coordination meetings have also helped to minimize Commission-initiated appeals of local permits, which I'm very pleased to. And as a result of these coordination efforts, the processing times for LCP submittals have been significantly reduced from an average of 400 days from filing to hearing in 2010 to just 89 days last year. That's a huge reduction. 400 days for processing was simply unacceptable, and we're working on reducing that processing times today. One of the Commission's highest priorities since the first public workshop has been to update and certify LCPs to improve the processing of these LCP submittals. And to date, the Commission has awarded 50 local planning grants through 5 rounds of LCP grant funding to 37 jurisdictions, totaling some $6.7 million. And the grants require updates to address climate change and sea level rise adaptation. And the grant program has been really well received by our local government partners, and we've had grant requests exceeding $15 million. I'm very happy to report that this year, in this year's commission budget, the legislature and the governor included $1.5 million from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund to continue the LCP grant program and to help support our climate change and sea level rise adaptation guidance efforts. Half of that funding goes to the local governments for grants, and half goes to the commission to support those efforts. Unfortunately, that funding doesn't come with any additional positions, but we're working on that. And I believe we're in a unique place in history as we deal with the most significant planning challenge California and this nation has ever faced with climate change and sea level rise. Now, our experience to date in updating LCPs to address climate change and sea level rise adaptation have been more difficult, and it's taken longer than we ever envisioned, which of course makes sense because of the complexity and the controversial nature of those issues that we are dealing with. There are certainly no easy answers, and we certainly don't have the answers, and it's going to take an evolution of policy over time. And we really need to take a collaborative approach, not just only with our local government partners, but with all the state agencies, our federal partners as well, and our stakeholders and our public to help develop these adaptation strategies and to address sea level rise. Today we have in the audience Deputy Director Jen Eckerly from the OPC, Tom Gibson, Undersecretary of Natural Resources, and we have our partner from Caltrans, Jeremy Ketchen, who's ex officio member on our commission, and we value those partnerships. With regard to short-term rentals, which is another significant emerging issue that is very complex, controversial, and very context-specific, the adverse impacts resulting from unregulated STRs in our coastal neighborhoods and it's devastated some neighborhoods, housing stock, and some of the very character of our communities are at stake. At the same time, vacation rentals have been historically an important overnight accommodation option along the coast, particularly for families. The Commission's guidance on short-term rentals simply asks local governments to strike a balance between rigorous regulation of STRs and allowing, where appropriate, limited STRs, which provide an important overnight accommodation option along the coast. And we ask our local government partners to include those ordinances in local coastal programs because we believe it is an access issue which is one of the mandates of the Coastal Act. And we have processed many STR ordinances through LCP amendments. In fact, just last night, we approved the Pismo Beach short-term rental ordinance as submitted with no suggested modifications. And we've collected a archive of our approvals to date, which are available on our website. So my hope today is that we can explore some creative ideas, develop a framework to address these important issues through new processes and procedures and with our local government partners. And that's probably as much as I'm going to say today because I really want to listen. So thank you, and thank you, Kaylin.
Chair Bochco.
Thank you. I'm not going to take my full 5 minutes because I'm really here to listen. And I do want to hear from the local governments of what their particular issues are. We are all so aware now of the effects of sea level rise, climate change. I think it came much faster than most of us expected. I started on this commission almost 9 years ago now, and at that time we were always talking about the future. This could happen, it might happen, it could happen when our kids are older. It's happening now. So we all have to address this together. Sometimes I think it's difficult for the Coastal Commission to reach out in a way that people understand that we're really here to help. We're not here to criticize or impose our values on anyone. We really do want to help solve a problem that we're all going to face on the coast. So anyway, as I said, I want to hear what everyone has to say, and I hope by the end of our discussions today, we can come up with some really tangible plans of how to proceed forward with each other in the most cooperative and in the best way possible. Thank you.
Supervisor Bruce Gibson.
Thank you, Kalen. And first of all, I'd like to welcome Coastal Commission nerds, the Coastal Commission and its staff and members of the public here to San Luis Obispo County and tell you that I truly admire the resilience of both the commissioners and the staff. You know, San Luis County thinks of itself as a place where you come and relax, and have a good time, enjoy life. And your workload yesterday was a example to that. And I'm particularly grateful that you're here with the energy and the interest in what we have to discuss today. Our local jurisdictions today bring a very diverse group of local representatives. We literally have folks from Crescent City to Imperial Beach, and you'll meet them in a moment. And as I look at my colleagues in local government, I'm struck by the incredible diversity of the situations they come from in terms of their settings, their economic situations, their climates, and everything else that makes the state of California so incredibly interesting and diverse. I would say all of us come to the table today with a deep respect for the Coastal Act. In fact, I would submit that the specialness of the places that we represent it can owe quite a bit to the Coastal Act in terms of how it's managed our physical situation and the preservation of our coastal resources over the years that it's been in place. And it was interesting. I spent some time listening to your proceedings yesterday and heard many familiar issues, the frame of which is that there are a lot of important competing issues that we need to work hard to try to resolve. And all of the conversations that you had in these project discussions and LCP amendments and all the other many things you do involve interpretations of the Coastal Act. Now, the interesting thing is that the Coastal Act does not explicitly reference either short-term rentals, much less the rise of Airbnb, nor does it really speak to sea level rise or adaptation. And so as I think about our goals today and look at the challenging issues that we have, I think one of the things we might think about is how we might want to extend the framework in which we talk about these kinds of issues so that our ability to resolve and reconcile competing interests, of which there will be many and they will not go away, becomes more efficient. It's a matter of good governance to me. So in that spirit, our local jurisdiction representatives come in the spirit of collaboration, in good faith to examine those things that we think are important to our mutual constituents. And so I look forward to I look forward to the conversation today. I look forward to the ongoing conversation. You know, we've had these workshops roughly every 3 years since 2009. I think as we confront specifically the issues before us today, it's time for us to intensify that conversation and make strong commitments toward goals. I look forward to seeing that happen as we talk to each other today. Thank you.
Councilmember Ed Spriggs.
Thank you. It's really an honor to be here, and this is my second workshop of this type. I was very pleased to be part of the 2015 workshop, which was very productive. Bruce has been part of quite a few, and between the two of us, we really felt that we could try to make this one even more productive by having a platform paper between the cities and counties, and by having a more detailed agenda focused on key issues that would keep us in context and keep the discussion from going all over the place to everybody's pet project and that sort of thing. I'm chair of the League of California Cities, Coastal Cities Group, a group of 61 cities up and down the coast. This leadership committee, including my chairmanship, was all appointed by the league president. I can't say that we speak for the board of the League of California Cities, but because we are in regular communication with the larger 61 city group, and we are bringing forth and implementing a work plan that is based on annual meetings with the 61 cities, I think the issues that we've put on the agenda are key issues for the coastal cities. I feel confident I can say that. And the concerns that we express, which will come from a variety of perspectives on these different issues, are also reflective of the concerns of all 61 cities, not just us here. So I also appreciate the challenges of the Coastal Commission. A little over a year ago, the Coastal Cities leadership team spoke here at the Commission and expressed our deep appreciation for the challenges the Commission faces in trying to implement the Coastal Act, which does not address all the modern issues, and yet implemented in a way that meets the needs of a very diverse set of coastal conditions. But we're bound together as partners, we local jurisdictions and the Commission, kind of like an arranged marriage. It's, you know, it'd be, maybe we would have made other choices. But the Coastal Act and the circumstances and the way that California is structured is what it is. And so here we are. We really hope our efforts today can help us become even stronger partners through more mutual appreciation and more areas of agreement for future collaboration. If I can oversimplify for a moment where our responsibilities overlap, and this is really an oversimplification, the Commission's principal job, simply put, is to implement the Coastal Act, which is, as I said, very challenging, thanks to many factors, including us, the local jurisdictions. We complicate your lives. Ours, the local jurisdictions, our local electeds, our task is to manage and balance economic, environmental, social, and political priorities in the context of coastal land use management. We are both concerned about preserving our coastal environment for similar and maybe some different reasons. For us, the coastal cities and counties, or I could say cities, it's about quality of life for our residents, visitors, tourism, and the related revenues that help us balance the costs of being visitor-serving communities. And finally, our longer-term future as coastal jurisdictions. It's also about democracy at the grassroots level. Let me be frank, if the balance between local and Commission control on any given issue is somewhere between 0 and 100, we would like to see it move meaningfully toward the local pole wherever possible, depending on all the circumstances. Such a shift is a matter of interpretation of the Coastal Act, especially in circumstances not contemplated when it was enacted or when the act itself contains ambiguities. So there's room for discretion here. A good example of such discretion is the delegation of authority inherent in each Commission-approved LCP or LCP update, each of which is very unique to specific complex local circumstances. So our detailed agenda today addresses some of the areas where greater local discretion can be allowed, we believe, while retaining your confidence as commissioners that partnership goals are being achieved. So in the areas of short-term rentals, sea level rise, and local coastal program, latent in the agenda are some core priorities we would like to really talk about, and even some hints as to how we'd like to see them clarified and possibly resolved. I'll just close by saying, again, the coastal cities are really deeply appreciative of the time you've set aside for this workshop. We really do want to work with you and toward the greater public good. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd now like to hear introductions from the rest of the dais. And for the interest of time and to save the most time for discussion, we would love to hear who you are, where you're from, and if you would like to make a statement about a goal for today or a most important issue or a primary goal or goals for you, that's great. But the idea is to try to stay within about a minute so that we can move to the actual discussions. And if I could start with Commissioner Brownsey, then I'll come back to Madeline and Megan at the end.
Good morning. My name is Donna Brownsey, and I'm from Fort Bragg, California, so from not the far north coast, but the north coast. I think that what I am most interested in hearing from the local elected officials is on the issue of sea level rise. For us, we believe that a number of constituencies are seeing the Coastal Commission as a problem in this equation. We have been trying to communicate in the strongest possible terms that we are not responsible for sea level rise. We, in fact, are trying to provide roadmaps and guidance and checklists and information so that the local communities can inform themselves, plan, have the discussions, because as you all well know, our coastal cities and communities are so diverse. What works for Fort Bragg is not going to work for Seal Beach. What works for Fort Bragg is not going to work for San Francisco. So we are so committed to this concept, which is we know how important people's homes are, their businesses, their infrastructure. We want there to be that time, attention, and community involvement and community leadership from the community leaders around this table to address this most pressing issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Lori Cowan. I'm the chairman of the Board of Supervisors up in Del Norte County, so I am your last city in California on the ocean. I'm here today to listen. We have quite the opposite as most of you. We are having land lift, so we don't have a level rise problem up there, which is very interesting on the opposite. So I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for inviting us, and I look forward to the conversations today.
Buenos dias, good morning. It's nice to be here to see some old faces and an opportunity to make new friends. Let me switch that. An opportunity, I'd like to see old friends and make some, I see some new faces.
That laughter's good. Total king's You're doing great.
Thank you. I'm Roberto Uranga. I'm a council member in the city of Long Beach. Before that, I was a community college trustee for 14 years before joining the city council. And I'm also a member of the League of Cities Beach Caucus. And you're absolutely correct. There's not always a good connect with the League of Cities. I attended the League of Cities Beach Caucus 2 years ago. And needless to say, it was quite robust, the discussion that you had there. And I hope that robustness in conversation continues here, because I think here is an opportunity to listen to those commissioners that are here. I think there's 10 of us right now. We have a couple of vacancies. So it's my job at this point to listen and to share my thoughts on certain things as we go along. But more importantly, I think we need to really show that when we're talking about our role and our responsibility, it's about the Coastal Act, and that's our mantra. That's where the rubber meets the road for us. And if last night and yesterday was any indication of that, we were here to 11:45 last night, and that was because we were interpreting what we felt was the Coastal Act. We might not always agree. There's 12 of us, the quasi-judicial body, but we do share our thoughts, and we do it cordially, collegially, and with respect to one another, and I hope we continue that today. Thank you. Sorry.
No, I'm Virginia Bass. I'm a supervisor in Humboldt County, and I'm also president of the California State Association of Counties this year. I think I have a unique perspective. I served 10 years in local city government before I went over to the county. And getting cities and counties together on an issue has always been a challenge. So to have us here working on things obviously is a pretty special momentous occasion. And I do remember the first 2009 city-county gathering without the commission, and things are night and day. There was so much vitriol in the room, it was awful. And I'm here now thinking, oh my gosh, people really want to work together. And I mean, I think that's what we're all here for. So I find that really actually pretty exciting. I was fortunate to be part of the conversation in 2015, and I felt at that time that there were so many great lines of communication that had been opened, that there was hope. And sometimes it doesn't feel like it, and we knew now that we have a commission we could talk to and who understands us and tries to help when possible. So when Bruce asked me to sit here, I was very happy to oblige. And I know the agenda asks us to mention our main area of concern, and I'd really just like to focus on what I think is our opportunities for being here today. I do believe that bringing people together in these types of forums is important because you can only, when you understand where people are coming from and what's important to them and why, that's the only time you can start affecting positive change. And I see us doing that today, and I think every one of us will leave here with ideas of how we can make things better and work better together. But I'd also ask that each one of us commit to trying to do this more frequently. I know everyone's busy, and you guys, the commissioners who were here last night, deserve either medals or possibly sainthood. Except you have to die to have sainthood, so we don't want you to have to do that. So I think if we don't make the commitment, every inch of ground we gain, we become in danger of losing. So I really would like to be here in the future and see this move forward more often.
Hi, I'm Sarah Manzada. I'm an at-large member, but for 10 years I worked for I represented a locally based network of clean water advocates in Sacramento, and so I really cherish the local communities of California. I've spent time in each and every one, and I believe that for coastal issues, we need locally tailored and driven solutions, and so I'm really excited to hear what everyone here has to say, particularly around sea level rise. I'm really excited to hear about the best practices and ideas and innovations that each of your communities have developed to make your community more resilient. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Jason Dominguez. I'm a city council member for the city of Santa Barbara. I'm also an environmental lawyer and law professor, and I ran a statewide environmental justice program for farm workers. And so I'm here to help advocate for coastal cities and to show we're not just about surfing, wine tasting, and trekking in coastal groves, that we also do serious policy work. So I'm excited about the opportunity for increased communication, increased collaboration, and successful policy updating and implementation.
Good morning. My name is Effie Turnbull Sanders, and I serve as the Environmental Justice Designee to the Coastal Commission. My day job, I serve as Executive Director to the South Los Angeles Transit Empowerment Zone, which sits at the intersection of social justice and economic development. And so you see kind of a theme there with the Coastal Commission. My background is in land use law, and I was really pleased to see kind of just the energy in the room is very different from when we met back in 2012. And I really thank Jack Ainsworth for helping lead us and usher us into a new era where we're being extremely cooperative. I'm very interested in hearing from the local jurisdictions around ways that we can become more efficient in terms of LCP adoption, amendments, and also looking at the incorporation of sea level rise and also environmental justice within that context. We also talked about thinking about innovations with respect to funding for these efforts, because I think that's often an impediment for adoption of LCP amendments and LCPs to begin with. So I'm very interested in hearing thoughts from our elected representatives on innovations for funding as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. I really appreciate everything that you've done to bring us together, as well as your Councilmember Briggs and also Supervisor Bruce. So appreciate all of you, and thank you all for being here. I am Heidi Messner. I'm a council member in Eureka, but on the League of California Cities represent the Del Norte County, Humboldt County, and Mendocino County's cities. And that is why we're here, is to discuss collaboration, and that is what I'm most interested in, is how we can collaborate better, because I think on the ground, while the commissioners have so many things you are doing, and I run staffs myself, and I understand the challenges it takes to help our staff be literally an extension of us. That is, the word staff is actually the old hook that the shepherd used to use, and it was an extension of the shepherd to bring in the sheep. And so for what we're doing today is working together to try to bring in that collaborative effort of what we're dealing with sea level rise, and with, of course, short-term rentals and LPCs and all of these issues, and they're very important issues, and how can we together work to see a collaborative effort toward real movement forward, because the more we are at loggerheads in the cities, which is where the real rubber meets the road often, it's not as much necessarily at the higher levels, that really is the idea that things are way out there, and they're not. I mean, it pushes it way out there rather than dealing with what is today. So how can we work together so we can get things moving toward real adaptations that will preserve our coasts and will preserve our cities?
Good morning. My name is Steve Padilla. I'm Vice Chairman of the Commission. I'm a native of San Diego, former mayor of the city of Chula Vista, which is a city of about 300,000 people in San Diego County near the international border. This is my second tour of duty on the California Coastal Commission. I served in the early 2000s for a few years when I served as mayor, and then returned again in 2017. My background is in law and public policy. I am particularly interested in hearing from my local government colleagues and partners about how we can really develop suites of implementation strategies for adaptation, particularly concerning sea level rise, that would be workable for individual jurisdictions, unique sets of circumstances, and would still be something that complies with the Coastal Act. I'm looking for some better understanding. I think Mr. Ainsworth, you can be congratulated for your leadership, and everyone's correct in taking an approach around collaboration, but ultimately the ability to produce results, actionable results, come springing from better understanding, and so I'm really hoping that the dialogue is again robust and leads to better understanding for everyone this morning. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carol Groom. I've served on the Coastal Commission since, I think, 2013. I'm a local government official. I serve on the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, and prior to that, I was on the City Council in the City of San Mateo. So I'm really interested in listening and learning. I have a special interest in the local coastal plans. I've helped write them through my own, and we read a great deal of them, and we work on them, and so I think that as we continue this valuable partnership, we can all work. I love to help solve problems, not individually, but in a group, And I think that's how we can best work on our local coastal plan. So I look forward to today a lot.
I'm Harvey Rarback, the mayor of Half Moon Bay. Recently, I saw some development plans that had been approached to build up the San Mateo County coastline with a population of 200,000 people, high rises on both sides of a 6-lane expressway. And I am extremely grateful that the Coastal Act and the Coastal Commission exists. So among my other priorities, I really want to preserve the small town feel that towns like Half Moon Bay and the San Mateo County coastline have, so that we are welcoming, but not overly built up. Thank you.
Good morning. Katie Rice. I'm from Marin County. I'm Marin County Supervisor. I'm new to the commission. I've been serving as supervisor for the last 8 years. Before that, worked for the supervisor for my district. So I am heavily wearing a local government hat while I put on the commissioner hat. All three of the topics of the workshop today are of interest, high interest to me, and to varying degrees for the various communities that are within the north central coast region. In Marin County alone, there's a half dozen plus unique communities, all very different, all in the unincorporated area of Marin, so all covered by one LCP. That in itself poses significant challenges. I think, though, if I were to choose the highest priority in terms of what I'd like to see a lot of progress on, not just today but going forward, would be around the local government and Coastal Commission partnership around really working together well in the development of our local coastal program plans and amendments. I think that's absolutely critical. So I'm really glad that the Commission's doing this work with the cities and counties, and I'm very glad to be part of it.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Winklepleck. I think I'm the anomaly up here. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Pismo Beach. Thank you for inviting me to this. We are just starting our LCP update process, so I'm interested in hearing what the commissioners and other city representatives have to say about what they've seen through this process. I'm also very interested, since the City of Pismo Beach is about 80% within the coastal zone, how we can work forward with all the challenges with sea level rise, but we also have some other challenges with housing that the governor's put on us. So we have the RENA numbers we have to look at. So we can't go up too much because of view corridor issues. We can't go out because we just don't have the room. So we have some challenges we have to look at going through our LCP process, and I think this type of forum is going to help us as we start that, and hopefully we can successfully meet those challenges and come up with some alternatives that other cities can use. Thank you.
All right, my name is Eric Howell. I'm Mayor Pro Tem of Pismo Beach, and I'm glad we're having this meeting because I think that we have some communication issues. I don't think that we've done a particularly good job as a commission communicating with our local elects, and I'm sure that there is plenty of blame to go around, both sides, but the first step to make it better is the fact that we're actually sitting here talking and having lunch and spending some time together.
Good morning. My name is John Leopold. I'm a Santa Cruz County Supervisor. I've been on the board since 2009. Before that, served on our Community College Board of Trustees. I also served for 8 years on the board of CalAFCO, the California Association of Local Agency Formation Commissions, and so understand the diversity of our state and trying to figure out one way to do things that'll work for 58 counties, let alone all the jurisdictions. Today, as we have the conversation, I look forward to an exchange of ideas to really learn from the coastal commissioners about what you'd like to see, and for us to share with you some of the innovation that we could engage with it at the local level because I think as we talk about these issues, you'll see that what was one way of doing things for a while now takes on a different way of doing it in the future, and innovation is going to happen at the grassroots level, the local level, and that can inform a state policy. So I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Buenos dias. I'm Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo. I represent the most beautiful county in California. Second is Santa Cruz, third is Santa Barbara. I only said that because they're sitting next to me. Everyone, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. I'm an executive board member of CSAC and also a co-chair of our Coastal Counties Association. But I want to thank our colleague Supervisor Gibson and our CSAC president, Virginia Bass, for bringing us to the table to have this unique conversation with council members, coastal commissioners, and county supervisors about issues that are critical for our local communities. The only thing I would just like to add, and I always like to just inject it into the conversation, that when we talk about critical issues of housing or sea level rise, and water, because you cannot have water or housing without water, that we also remember that not only the impact that they have to important industries like hospitality and agriculture and to our natural resources, but also how they impact the least among us, our disadvantaged communities, our working families, communities of color. Monterey County, most people don't realize that we are now 70% communities of color in our county, and a lot of these coastal counties, our demographics are rapidly changing. But if we take care of the least among us in our counties, we take care of everyone else in our county. So I just want to make sure we inject that lens into our conversation as well. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Das Williams. I'm a supervisor in Santa Barbara County. First of all, I want to thank Bruce and Virginia for including me in this discussion today, because I come from a community that's very grateful to the Commission for its decades-long work of coastal preservation. But my primary purpose of being here today is because we, like much of coastal California, are in a crisis of affordability for working people, and to inject an economic calculus in our discussion about short-term rentals. The conflict in both the cities under my jurisdiction and the county itself between short-term rentals and entry and middle-class housing is significant. I don't want to say it's a 100% overlap. It is not. But it's significant enough when you're in a community that has rental vacancy of less than 0.1% at any given time. I want to achieve a balance, but hope that the balance we achieve does not mean that many of these families, that we've preserved the right for these families to come visit the communities that they once lived in. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Linda Escalante, Coastal Commissioner. If I get all tangled up, it's because we're exhausted. But and buenos dias, I think I obviously need to represent as well. I'm from LA County. I'm from Burbank, inland LA County, and my day job, this is my vacation and hobby. My day job is as the Southern California Legislative Director for the Natural Resources Defense Council, a large environmental organization. And being at the end, I guess the advantage is I can say I echo what everybody says, but I guess I will highlight some, especially I share the sentiments of folks that this is, I'm really here to listen and learn from the local experts and electeds, and I do share also the sentiment of wanting collegiality and cooperation between us, and that we have a shared vision to build a climate resilient coast in California. I think I appreciate the fact that nobody here is doubting the problem. I think we're all here to find solutions that work for everybody, and I do agree with Sarah Amanzada that locally tailored solutions is the way to go. I am particularly
concerned about the impacts of sea level rise on coastal dependent industries. And, something like right now, the news about the hurricane that's coming to the Gulf of Mexico, it just reminds me of what happened in Houston and, the terrible consequences to all the communities around all the refineries and all the industries around there, and the consequences, to their lives. And I feel, in particular, I share the sentiment of the supervisor in terms of I want to keep a keen eye on the problem and how the problems and the solutions affect disadvantaged communities, communities of color, and the most vulnerable populations among us. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ed Waggy, the mayor of Pismo Beach. And my interest today is on the LCP process. And I appreciate the commission and the staff's effort to improve that LCP process, Jack mentioned earlier. I think because of the huge effort in terms of resources and manpower and time to get through the LCP process, I'm delighted that that process is getting much better, much more responsive. There's certainly a lot of resources that are involved, but I think we need to see where we can help improve that even more, and I'm be interested to see how we can perhaps achieve that objective. So thank you.
Madeline, please just introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Madeline Cavalieri, and I'm the Commission's statewide planning manager.
Likewise, Megan, please.
Good morning. I'm Megan Wiley. I work with Kaylin at Suffer Collaboration.
Thank you all very much.
Kaylin, I
Yes.
would just like to recognize Assemblywoman Warner Horvath, who just came in to observe our proceedings today, and I just wanted to recognize the Assemblywoman. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move into our proceedings, and I promise to set up the topic, but I'm going to be intentionally brief and short, both because they have the points to make and to make the most of time. And then a couple comments on protocol, and we'll get right into this. Short-term rentals, complex issue that includes a lot of topics. This is an issue of access, as rentals on the coast allow some people to stay and access and enjoy the coast in ways that they might not be able to. It affects housing. This is a housing issue which can affect housing stock and housing affordability in some circumstances. There are private property rights at stake here. These are local economic issues in several ways. The number of visitors and the way that they use these properties can affect natural resources and also can have community impacts. But I'll let the experts speak to this and what the key issues are. I also promised that I would repeat myself regarding the goals and the focus of today, and that is to seek agreement rather than decisions, and agreements look like identifying common challenges, agreements in principle, identifying key questions that need answering, identifying priorities and priority issues, and particularly this is what I'm going to focus on both at the end of each of these substantive sessions, but also at the end of today, which is identifying the goals for the next steps. In terms of next steps, all 5 of the questions are important. Who, what, where, when, why, in terms of what are we going to actually do. But since form follows function, and also because we can iron out afterwards some of the details of exactly how we move forward, I want to really make sure that before we leave today, in order to have specific and actionable things to move on, that we seek agreement on the goals for the next steps. What is it that we want to achieve? Finally, by way of protocol, it's been suggested that sometimes public officials like to speak, I don't know, and have been invited to actually push for and invite brevity, being concise, making room for others. But at the same time, we are here for this discussion, so that's exactly what they want. So I'll just offer the following suggestions, and I'll try to help us manage time. And that is, if it's been said before, you're welcome to highlight it, but please keep brief, or maybe it doesn't need to be said again. And then also just work to be concise, to make the closest point you want. I have already seen some body language and some signals from the audience that they're concerned about the ability to speak. Please know I will protect the time for public comment at lunch. We do have limited time for it, but I will protect that time, so we will make sure that that's possible. And with that, I would like to first turn to the city and county representatives to introduce this topic of key concerns regarding short-term rentals.
Briefly, this is on the agenda because it's obviously a matter of controversy in just about every every city that interfaces with the Coastal Commission because of differing views on short-term rentals. The Commission's staff report for this meeting, as well as the citations in our cities and counties platform paper, citations to articles on the topic of short-term rentals and their impact on the housing market, shows clearly that there is a conflict between maximization of short-term rentals on one hand and reduction in supply of housing across all income levels on the other. This is a uniquely local consideration. So the first bullet in the detailed agenda suggests a low-hanging fruit solution. Where the local community has an ordinance that regulates short-term rentals, particularly where it allows short-term rentals, the assumption needs to be that that has been fought out. All these market and other issues have been fought out at the local level. The Commission does not need to second-guess localities that have addressed the issue and have allowed short-term rentals in some parts of the community. So I would suggest that the lowest hanging fruit in that situation is go with what the community has already done in terms of how it has allowed short-term rentals. The next lowest hanging fruit is where the community may not have addressed short-term rentals or may have banned them. If that community is grappling with the issue in good faith, there are discussions going on. The county supervisors or the city council are grappling with the issue in good faith. Let that good faith resolution play out and before imposing requirements for a certain amount of short-term rentals. I think it's a question of the quantity of short-term rentals that's necessary to allow coastal access. It's a judgment issue and deference to the localities on this issue when they're dealing with it with good faith is the way to go.
Thank you, Ed. And from the county perspective, I'm going to turn the floor over to Supervisor Leopold from Santa Cruz County with some follow-up comments by Supervisor Williams from Santa Barbara.
Thank you, Supervisor Gibson. In 2010, Santa Cruz County looked at developing some regulations for short-term rentals or vacation rentals. In the community that I represent, where the vast majority of the rentals were, they became a serious problem. Advertising for weddings, corporate retreats, high school reunions on parcels that had no business becoming event centers. I worked with the local coastal office, Dan Carl, to try to come up with some ideas about what it is we could do. It was hugely controversial. There were lots of money was spent on advertising, mailers, targeting me and other members of the Board of Supervisors, and we came up with an ordinance that actually struck a good balance, which is in our coastal neighborhoods, trying to come up with some limits on that by still allowing it. It's the worst fears of the community, the property owners, were not realized. And that has generally worked pretty well. And in coastal Santa Cruz, most of the coastal properties are residential. They're not commercial. And so vacation rentals have now become a significant part of our TOT revenue in the community. But in just a few short years, life has changed. What was once seen as a neighborhood protection issue, quality of life, has now become a significant housing issue. And we placed some caps on the number of vacation rentals in some of our coastal neighborhoods where over 75% of these rentals are, that now seem to be not restrictive enough. When we look at legislation coming from Sacramento, we also see that that if we don't meet our housing goals, they're going to be able to require by right housing projects, which doesn't work for us either. And we're very concerned about what the future holds. And so I appreciated the work that the commission staff did in trying to work with us based on, at the time, what those issues was around coastal access. But now we need a broader view looking at all the issues in California. The legislation and the needs are very different now than they were just 5-6 years ago. So we're hoping as part of this conversation that innovation that we have at the local level will influence. And as Councilmember Spriggs mentioned, if we've gone through the battles, if we've taken the hits, if we're wearing the bandages of that fight, and that usually all those things are true, that the commission should respect that hard-fought battle was decided at the local level, and if it allows it, to have the commission respect it.
Again, this is Dos Williams from Santa Barbara County. We are experiencing a massive flight of Latino and working families from our job centers. And that is because of out of control housing market, out of control rental market, a huge constraint on availability in rents. And to give you an idea, I think about 64% of people living in the city of Santa Barbara are renters, so we're a highly renter community. We are also a community that welcomes a lot of visitors. And it's uncomfortable for me to talk about that level of welcoming visitors is contributing a portion of that crisis, but it is. And so, my hope is that the commission, as they look across the state, you're hopefully done with Santa Barbara County, is one, but you may not be done with Santa Barbara City, and you may not be done with the rest of the state. And my hope is that you look to that issue around the state. That first, affordability has to account for the difference in housing markets. If you're only protecting price-controlled capital A affordables, you're really not looking at the whole picture. In Santa Barbara County, I'm aghast to say entry-level housing pretty much means anything up to about $900,000, and there's very few of the housing stock left that's less than that, right? And so you wouldn't normally throw that out as a dividing line, but in Santa Barbara it is, right? The other thing is, I want to say that we're not using this to try to shield ourselves from building more housing. The city of Santa Barbara has 1,000 units of rental housing in the pipeline, right? It's doing the job. I'm hoping that they won't be the only ones in our county doing the job, but they're doing the job. And then also just an element, I think, that it factors into the post-disaster issue. If the commission had not approved our short-term rental ordinance, the rebuilds in some of the last middle-class neighborhood in Montecito, what's otherwise just an enormously elite community, would have been rebuilt and probably would have almost all become vacation rentals, wiping out our last middle-class neighborhood. As it is, you approved a like-for-like ordinance that's essentially a by-right housing ordinance that we wrote, so we really appreciate that, to allow people to rebuild in a timely fashion. I think what's difficult is to conceive of what could be how you factor in affordability. That's a hard thing to think about. But in many of coastal communities, because the coastal zone is substantial, you do see a significant differential in affordability and in the question of coastal access on either side of a freeway. Right? I would argue that the imperative for the commission to protect short-term rentals on the inland side of a freeway, even when it is in the coastal zone, is not as imperative. Those are more often more affordable of housing, more often more middle-class housing. I'm not putting this out as a scientific suggestion, but simply as one where there is not a whole lot of good options for you to consider. Again, we very much believe in the imperative of coastal access. But we also don't want to create a situation where working people only access the coast on their vacation. We want working people to live on the coast. Well, I should say, and not just access the coast on their vacation and every day for their commute, right? That is a bad thing, and that it also drives sea level rise and all our environmental problems, because as many of you know, our big problem in this state is growth of VMT, vehicle miles traveled. So I do think that there is an imperative to protect some housing stocks particularly in job centers on the coast.
One more opening comment from cities and counties, and then we can open to discussion, starting with the commissioners and staff. Please.
Jason Dominguez, City of Santa Barbara. I want to echo briefly what Supervisor Alejo said. If we take care of our poorest, most disadvantaged residents, we take care of everyone. Santa Barbara County is the third poorest county in California, Oprah and Ellen notwithstanding, and they don't live in the coastal zone. The city allows short-term rentals in our R4 areas, but it is in direct conflict with long-term residential housing. And as Supervisor Williams said, our rental rate in the city is above 60%, which is kind of flipped from the state average where 60% plus home ownership. So we really struggle. We have 20,000 plus commuters coming into the city from Ventura, from Santa Maria, from Lompoc, which creates very significant health effects on, you guessed it, the poorest residents in our county because they live along the freeway corridor. So we're struggling with that jobs housing balance. This is a very important issue. I grew up in Maywood, California, which is in Los Angeles. It's the densest city in California. So I knew as a kid in the 60s and 70s, you could cut the air with a knife in the summertime. We had over 100 days of no activity. So getting to the coast was super important for us as children. And my mom's family's from Bakersfield, from the Central Valley. And also, that was our escape when we'd go there, would be to come out to the coast. And we still see plenty of visitors, and we want to welcome that access. But we also need to balance it with the other problems. So this is just something that cities are constantly struggling with. There's 61 cities that we talked about, and each one is very different. So it's so important to have that local control, that ability to determine what's best for your residents. If we didn't need that, we could eliminate city councils and let regional bodies or state bodies govern cities. But we really need to have the local control. Thank you.
At this point, I'd like to open it up for discussion, starting with commissioners, and I'll just try to manage the queue as best as I can. Commissioners, comments or questions?
I actually would like to hear from Jack on this one, because I feel what Ed said is actually very true. And I think that of all of the issues that come in front of us, by and large, this is the most local of locals, because everybody has their own housing issues, their own problems with affordability and rents. So from my point of view, as someone trying to enforce the Coastal Act, I mean, what we're concerned with most of all, obviously, is access. and affordability is part of that. But I would just ask Jack if you could just explain the point of view that staff has taken on these ordinances once they come in front of us versus maybe something else, which is obviously more related to coastal issues.
Yeah, I think it's, the issue around short-term rentals is so context-specific for each local community. And that's why, it shouldn't be the commission imposing their vision on a local community. It has to come up from the bottom up, as suggested by the city leaders and county. The other thing is that it's an evolving issue with regard to housing and the importance of housing throughout the state. And so that has to be a critical part of that equation and making sure that we're not impacting housing along the coast, particularly affordable housing. And that is the balance we're trying to strike. When we work with our local government partners, we're trying to strike that balance and provide some limited short-term rentals for, the historic vacation rentals along the coast. I come from a family of 9 children in an inland area in San Bernardino, California. We never had an opportunity to stay in a hotel. We scraped together enough money to get to have a beach rental occasionally, and that was transformational for me. And that's why I'm sitting here today in this position. So it is, that kind of access is critically important for me personally. But striking that balance is what we're about. And we've only had, I think, 3 cases where we actually had a change to or a significant change where we had a conflict. City of Del Mar, we had Santa Barbara County at one point, City of Laguna Beach, who we're working out the issues there. And some of it is around understanding that community and the issues in that community. We come in and we're spread so thin, it's hard for us to really understand that the process that you've gone through. So it's really important that commission staff understands that process, and we're able to communicate that to our decision makers, to explain the process you went through and the struggles you've gone through, because I know how difficult it is, because I've been in the middle of some of these, and so it is about striking that delicate balance. And it's one of the most difficult issues we've dealt with. As with all emerging issues, we don't have all the answers sometimes, and we have to be a little humble and compassionate and have some empathy.
Can I just follow up on that for a second? So what it sounds like to me, and I'd like to hear from the local officials, if you've found this to be the case with you, it sounds like the presumption is the short-term rental ordinances are well thought out and well written, and we're just probably viewing them from the coastal point of view just to make sure that there's nothing that's really obstructing our access issues.
I think one of the, just real quickly, Caitlin, I think one of the problems is that when we get to, some local jurisdictions have, early on were just trying to wrap their arms around this issue, and they banned short-term rentals completely. And I was under all sorts of pressure to open up a violation against them, but that is not what we're about. Local governments need some time to develop these ordinances and policies going forward. And that's, I think, is one of the struggles. And we've had some of these ordinances in place for a long time now, and banning short-term rentals completely, I don't think, is the answer. And some local jurisdictions, some city attorneys don't believe that we have the authority to regulate short-term rentals. We respectfully disagree with that premise, because we think it's a coastal access issue founded in the mandates of our coastal act. So,
Commissioner Brownstein, then I'll turn to the cities and counties to be able to answer Chair's question.
Thank you. And I wanted to just add a topic for the cities and counties response. Totally get the housing element. I think the thing that we look at in the coastal, when it comes to us, we look at the accessibility of affordable hotels. And that's an issue where we're finding less and less of affordability for families because there are no hotels within reach in terms of the economics of those hotels. And so how do you balance, right? And so I just would be interested to hear from the local electeds how much affordability of hotels kind of figures in to the decisions that you're making when you're thinking about coastal access, when you're, housing, you have your housing element, and then the visitor serving element. If you could just include that in the discussion, I think that would be helpful, because that's a big driver for us.
Supervisor Gibson, Commissioner Padilla, and I think there's some others that would like in.
Yeah, thank you. The affordability of traditional lodgings like hotels, motels, certainly important, as well as other things like campgrounds and RV parks. Let me come back to that or my colleagues will. I'd like to put out two concepts for your consideration. One of them is when an LCP certifies a certain part of a jurisdiction as residential, especially where we have I don't know how it works in everybody's LCP, but we say residential is principally permitted in this area. I would submit that in the greater consideration of access, this commission has decided that much residential is there, and it's not expected to be commercial visitor serving within that residential spot. If a local jurisdiction seeks to allow short-term rentals within that residential spot, that to me is an add-on to the access issue. If we don't, then we have presumably satisfied the Coastal Act by other access issues around. The other idea I'd like to put out there is to expand the idea of visitor serving uses, because the visitor serving industry requires workers, and I think it's reasonable to expect that the workers of that industry should expect housing relatively near their jobs. In our coastal county, we're starting to see some real stretch. We're seeing folks driving over an hour to get to the coast. And that's a point I made before the commission when we had a particular project here. We have a housing crisis and horrible housing situations for service workers just up the road you've met in Cambria. And so that's been my drive, is to say, let's expand that. Maybe that means that certain commercial areas which have been designated for visitor serving commercial use might be looked at, if they're underutilized as brick and mortar retail, might be looked at to expand housing opportunities within our coastal zones, for your consideration.
Should tip this guy good after we're all done. I know that I'm having worn both hats, right? I mean, this isn't my first rodeo at a statewide agency, and I've certainly spent a lot of time in local government and local land use. How do we get around the elephant in the room, which is it's a conflict in interpretation of how the regulations are being applied. Local jurisdiction develops a framework around regulating short-term rentals. They submit it for certification and an LCP change or update, and the commission should be responsible for defining the parameters that we think are consistent with the state act. The local jurisdiction should be responsible for interpreting and defining the suite of options that they feel might satisfy that. The problem we're having is when a local jurisdiction goes through the effort and the political pain of developing that framework, and they submit it, and the commission says, we don't even think this falls within the framework. We're not prescribing for you what your solution should be, but how do we get around the elephant in the room that says sometimes, being blunt, a local jurisdiction will interpret our assessment as a commission that your solution falls outside a framework, falls outside a spectrum. It's not even on the ball field, okay? And the local jurisdiction says, you're prescribing for us. You're telling us what the solution should be. And the commission's perspective is, no, we're not telling you what the solution should be. We're telling your solution isn't even anywhere near the 50-yard line, or never mind the goalpost. It's like not on the field. And so our job is to say, this is the framework. It's up to you to decide what the solution is, but you should have a set of parameters that says it has to fall between A and Z. And so it's a conflict in understanding, communication, and interpretation. Some jurisdictions, to be blunt, are of the belief that if
once you develop a framework, that should be it. We should just defer to the local government's decision that your framework is your framework, period. And I respect that, having worked in local government, but there's one minor problem with that. That's a state law. And the state law says you must do it this way. Now, we can change the law, but the law gives us a framework. And so what I'm interested in hearing about is, how do we get around that elephant? I mean, how do we get to the nut of the matter, which is when the commission says your solution is outside the framework. I mean, we're not saying what the solution should be, because every community solution has to be different given your set of circumstances. Jack has said it twice, it's all about context. The solution in Del Mar is not the solution. I'm very San Diego County specific, but if you've been to Pacific Beach, you know that every property owner there is, it's a rental, and that's what it's different than the housing stock in Del Mar. And we should be sensitive to all the other issues that are in play here: the impact on housing stock, the impact on general affordability, our housing crisis, housing our workforce, all those other dimensions to access. But we each have a lens legally that we have to apply. We don't get to choose that unless we want to change the statute and get Tasha to do something for us. And she may, but we don't get to do that. We have to apply the statutory framework that we're given, and it's a little bit different. And so I'm interested in hearing ideas about how do we solve that fundamental rub, because we don't always apply it or interpret it the same way.
I don't think there's anything in the Coastal Act on short-term rentals. This is a local land use issue. Let's start with some basic principles. There doesn't have to be a mandate that every community that does an LCP has to have short-term rentals. If that community has, in good faith, as I said before, grappled with the issue and has solid reasons in terms of their housing market consideration, in terms of other visitor-serving accommodations that the community has made investments in, there's no law that requires that community have short-term rentals. This is a creation of the Coastal Commission in terms of having visitor serving accommodations, low cost, presumably low cost. This is another issue. Visitor serving accommodations that allow access to coastal resources. That's an understandable objective. Nobody's arguing with that. The question is, what is the plethora of other visitor serving accommodations that the community has, and have they incorporated that into their consideration if they've decided to ban and not have short-term rentals? That's the key issue. If they've explicitly decided not to have short-term rentals, what else is going on there? If there are reasonable other visitor-serving accommodations and other reasons why they've made the ban in terms of preserving if it's just a solely residential community, no commercial, maybe that's enough. So I'm just saying, let's defer to the local good faith consideration of this. There should be no requirement that every LCP have short-term rentals as one of the solutions to access. One last point. Yes, short-term rentals can provide large families an opportunity that wouldn't be necessarily available in a hotel if there's no moderate cost hotels or other accommodations available. It's so easy now with the online services to go to the short-term rental solution. But what also happens is over-occupancy of short-term rental units. In many communities, over-occupancy, and this is true in certainly my community, Imperial Beach, over-occupancy is a big complaint amongst neighbors, including in the same residential complex, where folks pile into these units, and the owners even create bedrooms where there shouldn't be any. So let's let the local authorities regulate these kinds of issues and not impose something where there's other visitor serving accommodations being provided. Thank you.
Speaking of local ordinances, Half Moon Bay is in the midst of working on a short-term rental ordinance as well as an LCP update. And I can tell you that the mood of the people is to work with affordable housing as much as possible, which is a very difficult mandate. So we're very much aware of the issue of trying to provide affordable housing. We're also trying to be as transparent as possible about short-term rentals. And going along with what Ed says, I think in the end we will come up with the best reasonable short-term rental ordinance that we can make. And I hope that the Coastal Commission respects that.
I have 3 in the queue, and then it will be time to look towards next steps, which you've asked as part of my role today. We're setting the stage of what the issues are. So I'm 3 in the queue, and then let's start that discussion knowing that we also have a session today to lock down some of that. 1, 2, 3, please.
Well, I jumped in because I don't feel like any of us have answered Commissioner Brownzee's question yet. And and I'll say this: we are a provider of low-cost visitor-serving facilities in the county. We have Halama Park, we have Kachuma Park, we have lots of camping. We're trying to make more, I think that's something that the commission could probably encourage. I mean, I think one of the things that you could do in some of these ordinances, you could ask for mitigation. I mean, when I was on the city council in Santa Barbara once upon a time, for the rezone in the funk zone, the commission required a hostel to be built, right? And so some mitigation for an LCP of within 10 years, permit a campground or hostel or some other low-cost visitor-serving facility. I think that should be fair game, respect our ordinance, but tell us what the mitigation should be. The second idea is that this is just hard. We have to kind of change our idea of what low cost is. I mean, in my county, during the summer, a camping spot goes for $80 a night. I mean, there's only, I can only think of a handful of hotels and frequented by my family members that are pretty run down, and there's just a handful that you could get stuff under $100 a night. And I mean, even the hotel that this is in was what, $300 a night, right? I mean, come on. It's all ridiculous at this point. So I also think that at this point, if we really want to prize low cost, we want to be looking towards camping and glamping. I also think it's a generational change too. I think younger people are way more, into glamping type facilities. And as an environmentalist, I guess I don't want any type of development in some places, but I'd rather have lower impact development if it's going to exist. In terms of I do want to say though, in terms of looking back at how much interference the commission has had in these ordinances thus far, I feel like Jack's take was a little rosy, right? We submitted an ordinance to you that we thought was a good balance. It balanced these two considerations by saying, first, there's a small historic district where we won't mess with, and secondly, there's if you want to do short-term rental, you have to have somebody living there, right? So you can do a homestay. You could even pay somebody or rent out to somebody permanently that then also provides the STR. But the way for us, the balance was we don't want to remove housing stock. In fact, we want to incentivize people to have a permanent renter there. We're also doing this with our farm stay ordinance, so please be nice to us when our farm stay ordinance comes to you. We're going to require somebody who lives there, right? And the commission didn't like that one. And to your point, we felt like there wasn't a huge amount of guidance about like what we should do instead. And so instead we sent to you an ordinance that essentially just grandfathered what existed. That's a pretty blunt and imprecise policy tool. But you guys approved it. So I'm not crazy enough to want to reopen it again, but I just feel like it should guide us looking forward, and hopefully maybe a more precise policy tool can be used with other communities to balance these.
Okay. Well, I mean, I understand, and I think we all do understand how diverse the state is, but you know, it's not like some of us are on Mars and some of us are on Venus, and we don't all need to recreate the wheel for each community. You know, you can look at where these ordinances have worked and where they protected low-cost housing while still providing a mix and providing some low-cost accommodations. And I think some of these things that have shown up, they're a little strange. And I think that cities and counties would do well to look at communities in the state that have been successful, as opposed to just starting from scratch and trying to recreate the wheel. Forgive me, Chair Spriggs, I think it's a little naive to think that the commission is just going to turn a blind eye to every short-term vacation rental ordinance in the state. I think this is an area where everybody has an interest and that we should be working collaboratively.
In relation to this discussion, I think that we still have to define some terms in terms of where we're at. What's a short-term rental? And define that in terms of what does it mean in your community or the communities that are coming up with these ordinances. The second is, what is affordability? What is an affordable accommodation? Jack brought up the Del Mar situation, which I was going to bring up earlier, but I'm glad you did, because there was a big outrage on their ordinance because they felt that we were being unreasonable in some of the conditions that we were putting on their ordinance. And then, of course, you have access and visitor serving. You know, what is a visitor serving accommodation? And those all come into play when we're looking at these ordinances dealing with short-term rentals, and also in terms of what's going on with the homeowners and the platforms that they use to advertise these short-term rentals. Airbnb, and I know there's a couple of others out there. I'm not familiar with them because I don't use them, but that's neither here nor there. I know they exist. And it comes to the point where the individuals are going to pay. I mean, they're going to pay. If they want to be in Del Mar, they're going to pay that price. And they're going to tell us, hey, if we can put it in the market and somebody buys it, that's on them. But what we're trying to balance here in the commission, what we're trying to balance the concepts of affordability and visitor serving, and that's where the conflict is with some of these ordinances that come before us, because we want to maintain that. In fact, some of that was a focus for our environmental justice ordinance or a policy, because we were looking at the fact that there aren't always cities and ordinances that are going to be dealing with environmental justice issues as has been brought up. We want to be able to assist the diverse communities that we have here in California in regards to income levels, access to the beach, and again, visitor serving. So I think if we are able to refine, if you will, those definitions, I think that we would have a better opportunity to get a broader perspective on what's going on. And it doesn't have to be strict. It could be, a broad parameter of what is a visitor serving, what is an affordable, and so on and so forth. So I think that's something that we can look at and study.
We will break at 10:45, and before that, I will introduce draft goals for next steps. We have 2 in the queue, and then we'll do that in order to get to break. 1, 2, please.
Really briefly, I think we have to be aware that there could be a false narrative with short-term rentals being cheaper or cheap. There's still a market in the state, and I live on the same street as Motel 6. It was founded in Santa Barbara, and it's cheaper oftentimes than some of the short-term rentals in the hotel zone. So I'm going to use some dirty language, so cover your ears. Pricing regulation, unless the commission wants to write regulations that regulate pricing, you're going to have the problem where short-term rentals will be all over the market spectrum because they're going to price, and Airbnb is expert at their pricing mechanisms. They're going to price their product as high as they can. If you're looking at hotel pricing, the way to reduce the price of hotel rates is to build more hotels. It's supply and demand. So if you want to encourage more hotels, maybe you can streamline regulations and streamline the building code. I'd like to see the quality raised or at least maintained, but that might be something to encourage more hotels. They're much more efficient because unless you want to see a 15,000 square foot parcel with a duplex or fourplex scraped and a brand new Airbnb building built that's going to be much more expensive than hotels, you need to really change how you're making these regulations work because they're not effective to accommodate low-cost visitors at this point.
Thank you. Just being a little stubborn about the elephant, again, that elephant. And understanding to my good friend and colleague, Mr. Spriggs' comments, and that is, I don't think this is about prescription. It's about consideration, what things are proper for the commission to consider in the context of the Coastal Act, and how do we coordinate that with local jurisdictions. I think one of the points, I said earlier that I really want to see understanding to come out of this conversation. My good friend, Mr. Spriggs, indicated that nowhere in the Coastal Act does it mention short-term vacation rentals or that we should address them. And so therefore, I assume the conclusion is, based on your interpretation, that then we should not consider them at all. But what is in the Coastal Act is a consideration for access and consideration for low-cost visitor serving accommodations, which can take the form of short-term vacation rentals when they're present. And there is not a requirement, I don't believe it's our position, is it, Mr. Ainsworth, that a jurisdiction has to provide short-term vacation rentals, or that's in order for us to consider them, but that when looking at their implementation ordinances and zoning practices and what's on the ground in that community, that there is in fact some suite of low-cost visitor serving accommodations. And I might also add, they don't always just mean overnight accommodations either, do they?
That's right. It's it's that whole suite of accommodations that we're looking at. And if there's if there's a large number of hotel rooms, camping and other types of accommodations, and we don't see a need for short-term rentals, there's a place for that. Or severely restricting the short-term rentals. One thing I just want to note, given my rosy attitude, I wouldn't survive in this job without it. So I do have a rosy attitude. But I think we have to give the commission a bit of a break because we're trying to find our way as well through this really difficult morass, and maybe we don't always get it right. We have to be humble enough to admit that, and it's an evolution of policy, and that's why we're here today to have this understanding. And I really appreciate the comments because it really does help our commissioners to hear this. I hear it all the time, so I understand it. I'm trying my best to navigate that at those difficult situations. So, thanks.
A summary of some, but not all of the key points, and then a proposal for goals for next steps, where we can iron out, again, with the idea being that if we can identify the goals, form can follow function, and we can figure out the mechanism to figure out what to do next to really drill down on these issues. Some of the key issues, I hear at least some agreement around the idea that if the hard work has been done locally to identify ordinances, that should be built upon, that it reflects the local context, and that should really be incorporated in the development of the LCP. I'm also hearing that if local ordinances are not yet developed, there should be room for good faith efforts and to track that for the locals to, again, help lead the charge in terms of priorities and doing the work with their communities to figure out what works for their communities in order that that be built into an LCP. Then there are particular issues which have been highlighted, which include worker housing, affordable housing for particular populations in health and where people can locate themselves for housing, the ability to live on the coast and not just vacation on the coast, and then some discussion about hotels, camping, what things actually cost, and how that fits into the larger picture. Here's my proposal for 4 draft goals for future problem solving. If you don't like them, please shoot the messenger, hopefully with a Nerf gun or a water pistol or something like that. But here they are. When there are local ordinances or local decisions regarding short-term rentals, seeking a process to incorporate that on LCP. I'm hesitant to use words like expedite or streamline because those become loaded terms, and I am guessing that the commission is reluctant to relinquish completely their review and their administration of the Coastal Act. In other words, just completely letting go of where the decision has been made. But where that discussion has been advanced, I think a goal can be, is there a way to make more efficient the incorporation of those decisions into the LCP? That's one. I'm trying to summarize points, and we'll get to public comment at lunch. Where not decided, I think the goal of a working group or whoever wants to talk about this next could be to identify what are the signs of good faith, what are the signs that a community is making progress and working on that, and what are the lessons learned that can be transmitted from other places in order to make those more effective conversations. That's 2. Third is a question of reconciling where there are conflicting statewide mandates regarding affordable housing and short-term rentals. When those conflicts exist, what do you do about it? What's the framework? What are the relevant laws? What's the process for navigating? And then finally, is there a need? I'm offering this as a question and as a possible 4th goal. Is there an elevation process needed for when there is disagreement? An elephant has been identified. And I am guessing, as an observer of this conversation, that there will never be complete agreement about the role of the interpretation of the Coastal Act and the role of housing and short-term housing within it. And that the answer then comes in getting specific. So where there is a radical or a obvious or a insurmountable difference, is there a role, is it possible to create an elevation mechanism to advance that conversation, doesn't get stuck and or upend the entire LCP development process? Would anybody, we don't have the ability to show those, but would anybody like to make a comment on those? Then we could take a break, and at the end of today is when we're going to come back and figure out the mechanics of what to do. Please.
Well, I just
2, yes.
I just wanted to add that it's more than just affordable housing. You know, the state is now mandating housing goals. I mean, they've always mandated housing goals, but there's now lots of implications around them. And so, if we're gonna, there are impacts if we lose housing stock, and so we have to fight to protect that zealously. And we're hoping that the commission understands that we have to balance those 2 interests when it comes.
Yeah. One of the things I think that what we need here is a framework, a broader framework, because as we're dealing with STRs as they come to us, and we're constantly defining it and reworking it all the time. So if we had a framework that would approach this problem, if you want to call it a problem, but this issue, I think that would provide a better way of guidance for the Coastal Commission, for us, and for jurisdictions to work within that framework, and that will come to us for a position where we can all agree or agree to disagree. But with a framework would be established for that.
I'm so glad you made that comment, because my comments earlier might have been misunderstood. I was trying to suggest a framework of a hierarchy of scrutiny or engagement, not ousting the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction, when it comes to access and affordability, et cetera, but easing off when the local jurisdiction has already grappled with the issues, has allowed short-term rentals in their ordinance, and so that's the easiest case. They've already dealt with it at the local level. Where they've banned it or they haven't dealt with it, then these other factors such as how the local jurisdiction is dealing with affordable housing and state mandates and workforce housing and other means of access to the shoreline for the general public, particularly disadvantaged communities, then these things really enter into the picture when it's a more flux situation and the local jurisdiction is still grappling with the short-term rental and the access issues and that sort of thing. That's really all I'm saying is a hierarchy where these other considerations become more important the less the local jurisdiction has grappled with the short-term rental situation and allowed it. That's all I'm suggesting.
Trying to use that framework, to me, implies that there's a criterion there that a local jurisdiction might be judged on when did it meet its low-cost visitor serving accommodation requirements. Comes off a comment that Jack made in the sense that don't need short-term rentals here because you have other means of low-cost visitor serving accommodations. So I think that framework needs to broaden to that overall issue, which again is not specified in ordinance. This is a policy interpretation coming out of the coastal line.
I thank you, Bruce. I agree with that, and it's really sort of data-driven and information-driven for each jurisdiction to provide that data so we can assess those different short-term, for those different visitor serving and overnight accommodation stock.
But
and associated with housing too, and the
Right.
housing challenges of each community.
Exactly.
So yes, I completely agree. with
But you don't have numerical standards to which to judge that, yes,
No.
they've
That's
satisfied
right.
that. And, my colleague from Santa Barbara City mentioned price controls. We do price controls on affordable housing. That's how we get affordable housing from government, is set fixed prices. So perhaps there is some hook there that means that if we really are serious about low-cost visitor serving accommodations, we need to do that as well.
That may take a legislative change. We can't set any sort of pricing on hotels by statute. We can't do that.
I just have a suggestion, which may or may not work for everyone, but it seems to me one of the problems that jurisdictions are having is that by the time they get to us, they've done an awful lot of work and spent a lot of time and money. So I'm just asking, in a way, if this is possible, since we do have local offices that are certainly more familiar with the jurisdiction than the commissioners are, is there a way to prepare like the briefest of outlines? I think this kind of goes to what Commissioner Uranga was saying. The briefest of outlines that says these are the considerations for short-term rentals under the Coastal Act, and it's that balancing of how much access of affordability is already in the jurisdiction, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, just a kind of outline so that the jurisdictions, when they're working on this, they have that in their minds, and also they can know pretty much whether or not we are going to say, yeah, this is great. You've considered all the things that we, as a coastal agency, care about.
Thank you for a very good discussion. We know we need to iron out next steps in terms of how do we actually drill down and come to agreement on some mechanisms, some measurements of success, how and when to achieve them. May I suggest that we abbreviate our 15-minute break to a 10-minute break and still start up at 11 o'clock in order to stay on schedule? May we do that? And we'll shift to sea level rise next. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. Sea level rise, and I won't even attempt to summarize the complexity of this issue, but I'll leave it to the experts up here to talk about key concerns. We're going to follow the same format, which is first the cities and counties will describe challenges that they're facing and the deference and importance of local context that they would like to see. Move then to comments, questions from commissioners. move to an open discussion. We won't finish this before lunch. At lunch, we will go ahead and start the public comment session, and I'll describe that as we get into it. We'll return to sea level rise discussion after lunch. And please, my memory isn't serving me. Who would like to initiate this discussion? Please.
I thought the short-term rental discussion would be an easy warm-up to the sea level rise discussion, which is, I would say, and probably most of us would agree, is significantly more complex, with significantly more elements. So I would just briefly like to acknowledge the work of the commission in this area. It's extremely complicated. It's very difficult because most of us understand, who've looked at the science, been involved in workshops, know that this is a reality that we have to deal with, that the other states, coastal states in the U.S. have to deal with, that the federal government has to deal with, that the international community has to deal with. There's just no escaping it. And one of the things that Jack Ainsworth and I have talked about is our discussions about this and how we deal with it in California will hopefully be an example for how the rest of the country might deal with the question of sea level rise from the standpoint of protecting the environment, as well as accommodating a certain degree of coastal development. Obviously, from the city and county standpoint, but speaking from the city standpoint, we are interested in moving that line of deference closer to local deference, where the localities have worked hard to develop LCPs that take into consideration sea level rise, and have developed alternative adaptation strategies, possibly threshold-based in terms of progressive measures. We'd like to see the Coastal Commission give deference to those kinds of efforts, and they have. That's, I think, consistent with the way many of the coastal communities have been working with the Coastal Commission staff. The big elephant in the room.
Sorry, Ed. Sorry. How about a hippopotamus?
Yeah, the big hippo in the room. Good suggestion by the chair that we change animals, and maybe we'll have a different outcome. The big hippo in the room is managed retreat. We've put it as our top bullet because that is clearly, in the experience of coastal cities, the number one policy issue that can take over the discussion of an LCP and what should be in it and what adaptation strategy should be under consideration at the local level. And the experience of many coastal cities is that the commission in its effort, commission staff in their effort to get communities to look at sea level rise and planning for sea level rise now and into the foreseeable future, that managed retreat should be one of the adaptation strategies included in an LCP that's being developed or updated at the current time. That's reasonable for those who are looking at this objectively and know that we're going to have to deal with the issue of all the different adaptation strategies as sea level changes and coastal impacts in different parts of the state and different parts of each community are affected. But what has happened is that that term has been picked up and politicized in almost every single community where managed retreat, under that name or some other name, has been incorporated into the initial drafts of the LCP. And once that has happened, it becomes very difficult in any coastal city where this becomes politicized, such as, are you going to be taking private property? Is this eminent domain, et cetera? Once those discussions get started, then the whole discussion of the entire LCP gets sidetracked. And in my personal experience working with other cities and my own city, once that happens, you don't get citizens in the community process that we all want and the commission wants. You don't get people looking objectively at what we ought to be doing to address sea level rise. What are the appropriate adaptation strategies? How do we trade off one versus the other? At what point in time? At what sort of threshold level of sea level rise indicators do we do this or do that, et cetera? You just lose that once everybody is seized with the question of managed retreat. Is there going to be forced taking of property? How do we relocate the entire coastline of the city, et cetera, et cetera? So my suggestion to start off the discussion is that managed retreat should not be a requirement for every LCP, which shouldn't even start off as a requirement for every LCP. Rather, the LCP should look at projected coastal flooding. All the guidance is appropriate in terms of flood maps and overlays and city actions, et cetera, but we should not have the mandate of having to incorporate a form of managed retreat or planned relocation on a large scale in the LCP. That will work, I believe, for the duration of most of the LCPs we're looking at right now. Let's say 10, 15, 20 years. Within that time period, the discussion, the science, the understanding of the general population and the political community of the science, of the reality, of the threshold indicators in terms of flooding, frequency, costs, the federal government buying into climate change, the resources available to actually do detailed analyses of what planned relocation might look like, examples of it that are urban examples, et cetera. These things will be happening. And I believe we will have an opportunity to have a rational discussion about planned relocation on a community-wide or larger scale at that point in time that we don't have right now. For me, it's as simple as that. I want to be able to talk to my constituents about this issue and about what we do for the survival of our community and the well-being of our residents. I can do that when we're talking about sand replenishment, dunes, groins, various other adaptation strategies that people are familiar with. I can't do it when it comes to managed retreat. So my suggestion is that we really look at this issue and look at it as it really is in the real world with real people, real constituencies, in a democracy where people are have to go with the will of their residents. And unfortunately, we have a gap between what the scientists are saying and what the people, the planners paying attention to that, and even the electeds paying attention to that, and the general population on this issue. We've got to close that gap before we can really have the kinds of discussions that we need about a policy as drastic as urbanized managed retreat or planned relocation.
Thank you, Ed. And taking off on the most sensitive subject that you raised there, I at one point half-jokingly suggested to you that I think our first goal in this discussion is to rename managed retreat something else so that we can get past some of the conversation of the past. It's an old political trick, as I'm sure that you know. This is obviously a staggering issue that confronts us. In its inevitability is a part of what should motivate us sooner rather than later. You know, as we grapple with this, we face the same issues that we talked about earlier today, the diversity of the situation up and down the state. Our northern friends different from those further to the south. And we grapple also with the issues of consistency of approach, which is a hallmark of how the Commission wants to apply things. And these approaches come out of an interpretations of the Coastal Act that doesn't actually formally recognize sea level rise as an issue we need to confront. And so I actually think one goal we should be able to agree on quickly is to develop some kind of common understanding about the situation that could lead to modifications of the Coastal Act so that our interpretation is much more direct and our understanding is much more widely shared. I think the challenges of dealing with these issues are probably well known to all of us. One of them is the time scale, which to me is both a challenge and an opportunity. We know this is happening, but tomorrow is going to be pretty much like today. The challenge here is that the timescales over which these things do change are much longer than our political timescales that we deal with, much longer than the term of an elected official or a coastal commissioner, or in some cases even much longer than the careers of expert staff who we're going to rely on to help us through this. At the same time, we do have time if we start now, and I think we can organize our efforts in a prioritized way that makes sense. And I think we need to have conversations over that. The second challenge is feasibility. The value at risk here, the property value at risk within the threatened areas of our coastal zones is another staggering thing to contemplate. But as local jurisdictions try to deal with these issues and others like infrastructure and funding services and a wide variety of things, we bump up against Proposition 218, which requires us to go to the voters appropriately to ask their consent for raising revenue to deal with these things. And it's not always an easy sell when you have a slow-moving slow-moving crisis to convince folks that we need to act now. So those one things. Others are legal. We touched on this question of people perceiving takings, but I think there's a really interesting concept out there which says that a natural process is going to take what was once private land and under our legal structure convert it to public land. We're not used to doing this. We're used to a static system of property ownership and property rights, and we're going to have to adapt to something more complicated. And finally, there's the issues of practicality, and again, more perhaps prioritization might be it. Because again, I think there were a couple of very rich examples from yesterday's conversation, other the dunes, certain projects you dealt with later in the day, where the timing of when protection of the coast is appropriate or the non-protection of the coast is appropriate are things that we're going to have to grapple with as well. I'll wrap up by indicating I think everybody at the table here has at least knows of, if not had a look at the LA Times special section that came out last Sunday, which struck me and revealed to me a bit of the narrowness of my experience. I haven't been to Imperial Beach for probably close to 50 years. I haven't been to Pacifica for a decade, and in those times, lots of things have happened. But I commend that section to anybody to get a sense both of the magnitude of the problem we face and the challenges of resolving competing interests there. So I look forward to the ongoing work. I think this is one where local jurisdictions and the commission have a lot of work to do. We need to form up working groups soon to get going on this, and we have to expect that this conversation between us is going to be key for many, many years to come. I'll look forward to my colleagues' comments.
Commissioner Amanzada requested to go first, and two, and I'm happy to go back to cities and counties as well. Great. 1, 2, 3, please.
Thank you. So, I have a different perspective, and I think that's why we're here on Managed Retreat. I was a little disappointed to hear that there's an interest in deprioritizing Managed Retreat, because I really see it as a measure of first resort, not a measure of last resort. And it's something really we have limited time to be able to even consider. As we know, as time moves forward, we have less and less options. We've seen in other places like Louisiana and Hawaii that they're considering these strategies, embracing them. And I'd really like to see California do that, but we need the leadership of our local partners to be able to do that and to be able to offer ideas in the ways in which we can do it. We're seeing it in flood-prone areas for disaster relief, and I believe it's a matter of public health and safety, and I think it's incumbent on our local leaders to offer a way forward on it. I think if we only look at hard solutions, at coastal armoring solutions, we will lose the coast that we're all trying to protect, and that sustains all of our economies and communities. And so, again, I have a different perspective on that. I think that's why we're here, but I'm really looking to all of you to make it politically viable. I understand that it's putting you all in a difficult positions where your constituents don't want to hear the phrase and have a lot of very valid property rights concerns, but I think it's incumbent on all of us together to change the narrative. This is a matter of survival for these communities and public health and safety, and to make the case for why it's necessary instead of shying away from it because it feels and is, politically dangerous.
Thank you. First, I want to say I heard what our local government partners just said, and we have been experiencing that when we look at the local coastal plans, when we're considering them, the difficulty of this issue. I have several points. I'm going to try to make them super quick. One is we either have managed retreat or unmanaged retreat. I don't really think that we have any other options with respect to some areas on our coast. And it's a very difficult issue, fraught with all kinds of complications. But I really feel like that's kind of the genius of the Coastal Act, which it's a living document. It provides us with guidance to look at ways to address the various and complicated issues that face the coast. I agree with Sarah. We don't have as much time as we think. It's accelerating. Every year, what we find out is our estimates were too conservative. The levels are higher than we thought. Climatic conditions have shifted in ways that we just have not experienced before. For me, I understand the politics of local government. It's so hard when you have to look at community members, neighborhoods that have existed and have been iconic for decades, and you have to look at them and say, your world is going to change. It's going to be upside down. And I think that there's a way that, if I could, to engage you and to attract you to seeing the Coastal Commission as a really strong ally in helping to have those conversations, to provide some of the technical expertise, to appear at community forums, to have the community face these things, and in the event where the pushback is too strong, to really see that the Coastal Commission then can say this needs to be an element for all of these scientific reasons, for all of the impact, the hazard impacts, and you can then bring that back to your communities. And finally, I just want to say the thing that really, there's a major element of this that is so important, because I don't believe that the public understands that if communities resort constantly to seawalls and armoring, they are going to lose their beaches. And so you have this vast community of people, not just the people who live in close proximity or on the other side of town, but all of the people who come to these communities to recreate, to get a break from their climate, to relax. Those beaches are going to be gone if we just armor and seawall our coast. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Rohrbach, 2, 3, 4.
I agree with two commissioners who just spoken. I walk my dog in Pacifica, and I often find there is no road there anymore. We have an immediate crisis. I can't emphasize that enough. This is an immediate crisis. There's no waiting 10 years to find out if the predictions come true. They probably almost definitely will come true, but it's going to be too late. We have to be proactive in being creative. If managed retreat works as a way of doing things, if the suggestion in the LA Times article to buy some of this, these properties that are possibly going to be underwater and then rent them out. Whatever we need to do, we have to be proactive. What I'm really worried about is a scenario that's equivalent to what Paradise has gone through. You know, Paradise knew that they were in a dangerous area. Paradise knew that there were very few exits. And what happened to Paradise was preventable in the sense that if they had been proactive, there wouldn't have been that incredible tragedy. So I'm urging everyone here, city officials, county officials, commissioners, staff, to understand the urgency of the problem and to attack it as soon as possible, because it is really a crisis. Thank you.
I was trying to be brief in my introduction to the issue, and now that commissioners have engaged, I think some clarification in terms of what the intent of this item was is needed, and the intent of my remarks earlier, but I will also be brief. There's a difference between examples currently of coastal flooding and damage. And some of the examples that have been stated are obvious examples of where earlier proactive decision-making would have been useful. Even in those situations where the danger is clear and present, the challenge is we live in a democracy. We don't live in a dictatorship. There are private property rights. I'm not advocating that approach. I'm just stating what's real and obvious, and it makes all of this from a public policy standpoint complicated. That's why citizens go right to the issue of eminent domain when you start talking about planning for relocations, et cetera. They go right to that because of democracy, Constitution, private property rights. So we've got to figure out, even in the cases where the danger is clear and present and obvious, we've got to figure out how to deal with those situations. Those are the low-hanging fruits that we really need to work on first and get some examples of how those situations can be resolved in advance. Resources are obviously a question, whether there are resources for buyouts and other solutions. So even in my community, Imperial Beach, we have more areas that are more flood prone than others. And we need examples of solutions for those areas once that flooding becomes more damaging, more frequent, as it will. We need solutions. We don't have them right now. Now, what I was referring to and what the agenda refers to with respect to the managed retreat mantra is urban coastlines, densely populated by commercial and residential coastlines, cities that are on the coast. And here it gets even more complicated. And the balance between protection versus retreat, soft solutions versus others, to extend the timeline for these urbanized environments, which are far more complex to relocate than individual properties in a less dense situation. So there are two distinct opposite or poles of the problem here. We need to be able to figure out solutions for the low density, immediate crisis situations so that we can apply those solutions to the urbanized, high density, much more expensive and complex situation. One final point. I've been very intimately involved in these, in the science community as well as in the urban planning community. My first job was with HUD, and I have been involved in the urban renewal programs all over California, particularly in the Bay Area. I know, and I'm also intimately involved on the steering committee of our local risk assessment document, et cetera, that looked at all the risks and the alternative adaptation strategies. When you're looking at urbanized managed retreat, you're looking essentially at an urban renewal kind of problem, where you've got to have detailed feasibility planning for what's going to happen to those properties and what the end state is going to be. You've got to be able to relocate large populations, businesses, et cetera. Where are they going to go? You've got to think about the economic consequences on the urban community, on the municipality. Then there's the question of removal of the infrastructure, including the underground infrastructure and the foundations, and including the public infrastructure. And then there's the question of restoration to the original condition. We do not have experience in California with large-scale urban managed retreat other than in the urban renewal context in some of our cities. And it is a very, very expensive, fraught process when it comes to the politics, et cetera. We need some examples of where this and how this can be done in order to sell it to our constituents. Quite apart from them believing in sea level rise, we need to be able to present reasonable alternative scenarios to the city decision makers and the planners about how this might work, how urbanized managed retreat actually would work. It's a great slogan, it's a great idea, it's necessary in the long run. We're all going to pull back from the coast. There's no question about it. The California coastline 100 years, 150 years, 200 years from now is not going to bear any resemblance whatsoever to what it looks like right now. But that doesn't mean we can get people to buy into abandoning their coastal properties and businesses at the moment. This has to be, we have to set the stage for it. And I'm not being a right-wing conservative when I say it. I'm being a realist that is dealing with this stuff and trying to bridge the gap between the scientists and my constituents almost every day. And looking at this from a policy standpoint. Pressing managed retreat in an urbanized community where the community's not ready, there are no case studies, there are no examples, there's no feasibility studies, there's no real there, is counterproductive. It achieves massive pushback and fear, detracts from the discussion of other alternatives that people can engage in constructively. And my view is that it's not something that achieves the goals of the Coastal Act at this point in time for urbanized, dense communities, even though logically, we ought to be able to have this conversation. And we ought to start the planning now. But the reality is, for all the reasons I've stated, including constitutional, legal, and the way democracy works and everything, unfortunately, although we will be a leader in this going forward, as California always is, we've got a lot of homework to do before we can have these conversations and have successful outcomes for the conversations, and homework hasn't been done. Thanks.
Forgive my shortcut to last names. Bass, Groom, Williams, Wage. Did I pronounce that correctly? Wagi, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Kind of following on line, I think it's interesting. Humboldt County has 110 miles of coastline. That's the longest coastline of any county in California. And along that, we have issues too numerous to mention that we're struggling with in regards to sea level rise. And we have a lot of people in our community who are very, leading, and I think in the actions. But when we talk about like the urbanized areas or urbanized coastlines, it's not like every house in Humboldt County that is on a coastline is a mansion, or it's not like Trinidad, which you guys will all get to see apparently next month. But many areas on the peninsula are some of the poorest areas we have, and those are my a big portion of my district, folks. And there's probably 600 or 700 if you go along the entire area. And to try to get buy-in from them, because I have gone to meetings, I've gone to Peninsula community meetings, and I have mentioned the comments. It's like, we're probably going to have your community move in the future. And I think they looked like I was from Mars. So trying to figure out how to have that conversation with people is going to be very important in a community like mine. And it's just like they can't afford to move. It's just a challenge. And something else I wanted to mention is I think there's a lot of mixed messages that people are going to have to try to straighten out. As an example, we have a project on the peninsula which took probably 8 years to get through the Coastal Commission. It went back and forth. It is this big. It was a very challenging project. Someone bought an entire town. And so they're redoing the town and creating housing, and that's where most of the low-income housing is going. And as this happens, the developer's going, well, how can I build this there if they're going to have to, retreat? What are we doing? And so I think we've just got a lot of confusion out there with people, and perhaps at, Ed's point of, figuring out what it is we really are striving to do. Right now we're coming at people in, some scattershot mode, and none of us really know how to help communities and or how we're going to make this happen. And when you're talking about people who seriously, if you go door to door in those neighborhoods, you are seriously walking into houses that are nearly falling apart and people who can't afford to fix them, let alone find a new place to go. So it's just something that's a pretty big in my world that I deal with a lot.
Commissioner Groom.
Thank you. I'd like to tell a little cautionary tale. I think we're really good communicators in San Mateo County, and I think we work very well with our residents, and as does the Coastal Commission. And so we have a small town who is really in danger and in jeopardy, and they're trying to do their LCP right now, and they're having real difficulty with managed retreat and other tools. So in an effort to make things non-threatening but friendly, Jack and Madeline and I and about 20 other people have gotten together 2 or 3 times to talk about how we can do the LCP, and and part of it is education, part of it is just trustiness, and part of it is real simple language, just real simple ideas. And so after about our 3rd or 4th meeting, Jack said, guidelines. That's what we're looking for. You can write your LCP to say, here are several of the tools that we might consider as we reach conclusion. We still have not got that completed yet, and we're still talking. We're still going to continue to talk, but it is tough. It's really hard, and this is a community that has faced loss due to erosion. But it's still such a hard thing, and I think we've come up with some really good language. Maybe we can get better. I think we've, kind of put the right people in the room. Maybe we can get better at that too. But it's hard, and but even when it's happening right now, with it's hard. But we I like the idea of maybe changing the name a little bit to get that managed retreat out of our lingo. But nonetheless, the facts remain, and we have got to continue to work with our communities. But this has been an interesting process for me, and I think for Jack and Madeline. Thank you.
Well, to me, managed retreat isn't this sort of a disempowering, sad thing. To me, it's just saving room for the beach. It's saving the beach, right? I mean, and I think it's harder when we're talking about private property rights, but we could start with setting the example in our own facilities and our own public rights of way. I mean, in the long run, if we have to retire a feeder road, or in my case, retire a parking lot and restripe the rest of the parking lot so there's room for a beach, I don't think that's the end of the world. And I also think it should be about our permitting, right? I mean, we learned this lesson in our permitting from the flood. We want, in that case, to permit stuff that's up and farther away from the watershed. And where a lot will permit that, we want to be willing to grant a variance or another allowance to make that to happen. And so to me, it's also about what we can facilitate as local government for increased safety and moving away from the coast, not just what we can mandate. And so I think we could all build that into our codes in a better fashion, and of course the commission could encourage that. But I want to talk about something that this discussion almost never touches on, which is how the commission has a significant impediment to survival to the beach, which is that you adopt the federal guidelines for sediment placement on beaches. And I fundamentally believe they have very little to do with protection of the environment. That includes the color of grains and the shape of grains. I don't think any of those are proven to have any ecological content whatsoever, yet your guidelines and rules prevent us from getting a permit for permanent sediment placement on beaches based on color and grain size. And of course, it's also, of course, there is a legitimate issue with fines, but I also want to speak up in support of fines too. Fines is what makes up wetlands, the most biologically productive ecosystem and the most endangered ecosystem in our state. And if we don't allow placement of fines anywhere, I think that also does a disservice. And what it's created is a situation where local governments, the only time they can really put significant sediment at the beach is in emergency permits. And it's impossible for us to get permanent permits for placement of sediment. And to me, from a long-term ecological perspective, that's a problem because our beaches are starved of sediment that they normally would have gotten in a pre-dam, a pre-flood control environment. And so what I would love is the commission, I don't mind you guys being a little bit hard on us with sea level rise. I don't. But take away one of the best adaptation strategies we have, which is, I mean, you know, don't take away one of the most important adaptation strategies we have, which is placement of sediment to help build up our beaches, build up our dune systems if we place the right kind of plant systems as well. And you could do that by doing something different than the East Coast paradigmed federal guidelines on what sediment grain should look like, what shape they should be, and what size they should be.
Yeah, I think the point's well taken about the sediments and various kinds of replenishment strategies. I think the point I wanted to make was, to tag on to some things Ed said too, is I think we're trying to find a range of adaptation strategies that armoring make sense for critical infrastructure or critical highways or something. We have a portion of 101 that if we don't armor it, somewhat's going to be gone, for example. So I think we're looking at a range of adaptation strategies. In some cases, armoring, other cases, managed retreat. And I think also something here we talked about among ourselves previously is on the list here is the whole concept of having some kind of thresholds as to when these things happen. I know we get a range of probabilities when sea level is going to rise for various portions of the coast. And I think if we can look at one way that cities and counties can address this is to look at thresholds. If the sea level has risen to a certain point, you put this into effect. If it rises more, you put this other strategy into effect. So you look at a planning horizon of 10, 20, 30 years or whatever, and if you plan for what might happen, if we know the sea level is going to rise, the question is when. And I think if we can look at the concept of thresholds in the planning process, that we will take certain steps, look at our local coastal, I think there are several gauges mentioned, tidal gauges mentioned up and down the coast. Look at the closest tidal gauge, see how it's coming along, and use that as a basis to try to refine as to when you're going to be taking certain measures. And again, as far as the armoring versus managed retreat goes, I think it depends on, it's so much locally dependent. I think some communities are going to have a better chance of dealing with it than others. But as I mentioned, I think certainly critical infrastructure as opposed to parks or something which are much different. And also a fair amount of the sand in our local area does come from the creeks and rivers, not just the bluff erosion. So I think that's another factor. So I guess I'm looking for some flexibility.
I want to thank the commission for your votes yesterday on allowing cities like Morro Bay to protect public infrastructure. I know that in the past that you've allowed that in Santa Cruz when we had sanitation infrastructure right on the coast to allow us to armor theirs because the cost would have been so prohibitive for us to move that infrastructure. And I think that I want to encourage you to continue to think about the big picture about the public infrastructure and how it benefits so many people in the future. Coming from Santa Cruz, we're sort of I would say a guinea pig county because we're going to be in the first group of folks. We're going to be taking up our plan in September at our Board of Supervisors. You'll probably see it for the first of the year around that time. And we've been really wrestling with this issue. We believe the science. We have taken a number of steps to protect the coast, to limit litter in the coast, to think differently about what happened in the bay, and we're prepared on parts of this to look at managed retreat. Not all of it, though. I mean, we're trying to find that balance because I think by finding balance, we're going to come up with better strategies over time because earthquake regulations aren't the way that they are today as they were 30 years ago, right? We've learned through that experience. And there's a lot we don't know about the question of managed retreat. And so we should have policies or thresholds that have a short horizon, so we can constantly make these adaptations based on the best science that's out there. And I hope that when LCPs or our sea level work come before you, that you'll take into consideration that balanced approach, which is we're going to try to protect some of the urbanized. We'd like to protect some of the urbanized infrastructure, and also let management retreat, not just in the completely in the unincorporated area that's undeveloped, but also in the urban core. When we have some estuaries, and years ago, before the Coastal Commission, properties were approved right on the beach. We don't have any. We don't see the future for those kind of structures. But we would like to, and so you could see managed retreats start happening there, and give us some experience in how we're going to deal with this in lots of other places. But there are people who have lived, and people have lived in Santa Cruz right there on the beach for a long time, and so we want to find that balance. That's what we're trying to strike, and I hope the commission will look at that here for ours, but for all. And the idea of having some kind of thresholds or time horizon would be useful. I also think it's important to recognize we're not going to get it all done in this first blush. We're gonna make some stab at it, and it's going to be a constantly evolving piece. The last thing I will say is we care about the coast, and with sea level rise, we're going to lose the beaches anyway. I mean, because of the morphology of the coast, when that water rises, it's just not going to be there. There's going to be no beach to be had. It's like look at Opal Cliffs or something in Santa Cruz County. When the water comes up, it's going to continue to hit that cliff. There's not going to be any place for people to be on that beach. We do, in the meantime, doing some armoring that opens up beaches and creates that access is useful. And when the commission allowed us to protect our sanitation infrastructure, and we built a seawall, we opened up lots of beach that wasn't previously available as we took out the riprap and everything else. So a combination is what I'm asking for.
Thank you. And I wanted to endorse one thing John just said there about sea level rise may take the beach anyway. And I think that goes to the question of looking carefully at what we're doing in each instance. I was really struck, actually, Commissioner Amanzada, by two things you said today. One of them is I'm really glad that we have a strong advocate for managed retreat, because by gosh, that's a really tough sell. So I want to get your phone number so you can come and be there, especially as a means of as a first resort kind of response to it. Those of us in local government are then delegated the practicalities of making that work. Which leads me to the second thing you said in your introductory remarks, is you were perhaps the strongest advocate for locally tailored solutions. And therein, I think, lies the real essence of the conversation we need to have going forward. It was actually the San Simeon project last night. I mean, all these fun things in San Luis County sort of run together after you've been here for 10 hours on the dais. But it was the San Simeon wastewater treatment plant that sits on the beach right now, that is armored, that this commission essentially gave a 20-year time horizon for that plant to be someplace else. Tough part of that is we don't know where, and that disadvantaged community doesn't know how yet. That's local jurisdictions will take care, will engage on that, and will move. But in that action, you also permitted enhancement of the armoring. And I think that was a really, perhaps not widely recognized, but I think it's that kind of I think San Simeon actually forms a pretty good case example of something that maybe there's a movement to rename managed retreat. The problem is retreat rhymes with defeat. And I think we need to get past that, because there will be success for the community of San Simeon when we're able to find that place or form those partnerships that are going to take care of their wastewater issues for generations to come. So, to me, the framework, we talked about framework for short-term rentals. We have a framework now where I think the commission, in conversation with local jurisdictions, could do some useful work, is what level of detail do we need to look at? Where is it that armoring makes a difference, doesn't make a difference, both negatively and positively? And I was struck there by your action on Half Moon Bay, where at staff's recommendation was a certain amount of armoring. You backed off that and allowed armoring for a particular apartment building, but not for the coastal trail and other residential facilities that lay close there. But as I sat there in the audience wondering, well, what happens if erosion continues? There'll come a point at which that sewer line is threatened, those residentials. Are you going to allow armoring at that point? And if you're going to allow it at that point, what was the problem of allowing it at this point? Now, I don't have a solution to that. I don't have a particular critique of that. But it's those kinds of phasing, timing, prioritization issues that I think are the key. We need to understand the details of the science, whether a beach is doomed by sea level rise or not. We need to lay the groundwork with our communities to prepare them for the difficulties that are going to come, managed retreat or not. And we're going to need to understand where to press managed retreat and where not to in a given time frame. And again, that is going to require a much broader conversation, because the conversion of the public lands and oceans, let me call it the intrusion, that's not quite the word, but basically the conversion of private property to public lands, that's got to involve the state as a whole. That is not something that local jurisdictions nor just the commission can handle. This is something we've got the State Lands Commission in there, we've got various resource agencies in there. We need to be approaching the legislature so that they understand the magnitude of what's coming. Because if we're talking about converting private land on the coastline into some kind of public resource, I think there is an absolutely necessary role for the state to help us do that. I'll yield the floor, but we'll come back to critical infrastructure, which is, I think, perhaps even an easier issue at this point.
Chair, Commissioner Dominguez, Jack, and then we're at public comment. Fortunately, we have an hour after lunch to solve sea level rise. But
cool, awesome.
Please.
I just wanted to address what you said about our decision the other day or yesterday, about where the seawall was going to be permitted. It was actually, for some of us, an easy decision, because if we decide now that we're going to armor to protect, say, the coastal trail, which behind it at some point has a sewer line, then we might as well just throw up our hands and armor the whole coast. You have to make these decisions, I think, based on what we consider the law. So in this case, it was an older building that was qualifying for protection. And I would turn what you said on its head, and I would say to you, now's the time not to think about your sewer line having to have a seawall in the future. You should be moving your sewer line now, if possible, and if not, that should have been presented to us.
And if I could, I'm not opposed to that perspective.
That was just answering.
Yeah, no, understood.
When are we going to give you?
But therein lies the a more holistic approach that I think is going to be necessary, because there are consequences. Every decision has a consequence, even the decision not to do something. And so in pursuing this permit, I don't know whether the applicant or the commission or both may have reasonably expanded the view here because of what the consequences. At the same time, if those facilities were immediately threatened, like San Simeon, a timescale, a temporary approach which supports, protection until something can get done would be appropriate.
Right, and I think we've been doing that. I mean, we're giving emergency permits all the time for that kind of issue, especially for that kind of infrastructure. But then we get to the point of the private property, as we've been talking about, and it's, somebody's home versus a seawall preventing the public beach. I personally am not aware that once the sea rises, there'll be no beaches at all. I didn't know that was the science.
Different places.
Oh, in different places. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. But I mean, where we do have beaches and erodible bluffs that do create beaches, it is the public's beach. And so that becomes the balance, right? Are we protecting private property owners' bluff versus the public's beach? And again, I mean, that's a huge question. We've got a lot of armoring up and down the state, but we have not 100% yet. And I think that's kind of our mission, is to start regulating where these walls go and what do they protect and for how long.
Rich vein for future conversation.
Yes.
And those two previous conversations were a perfect segue to my point, which is a pitch for more science. So I'd be really happy if the League of Cities, CSAC, the Coastal Commission made a plea to the legislature and the governor for more funds, for more research. I know there were several graduates of UCSB in the room. I'd love to see UCSB get a lot more funding to do some of this research. Go Bears, I know there's several of us Berkeley grads in here, some in the audience apparently. I'd love to see all of our public and private institutions have more funding. And I think there's a particular crisis with cities using a very small number of consultants for our reports. So I think science is best when it's competitive and it's comprehensive and we have a lot more eyes rather than just one or two agencies where we're all getting the same report and the same answers. And there's a fear that it could be more cookie cutter. The solution to the one size fits all being one size that doesn't fit anyone is to have more science which can determine the answers of which coves require which solutions, which infrastructure require which solutions, because right now we're fighting over slippery slope type issues rather than having the science to treat things as a case by case. Case by case treatment is more expensive, more time consuming. We all know that tends to more debates, but if there's science that can shed lights on those cases, that'll help all of our causes. So that's my pitch is let's go to Sacramento and ask for more science.
Thank you. As we've been grappling with this whole terminology about managed retreating, I have another term maybe we could use. How about retreat with honor? Now, I don't know if you can retreat a sewer with honor, but, I mean, one of the points that basically it comes down to is that, yes, we do need to look into the future and where we're at right now. I mean, Chairman Bosco has mentioned before, some of the projects that we've dealt with. We dealt with another one yesterday about a lawsuit that dealing with a wall in Laguna Beach that protected a old established pre-Coastal Act house, and then they wanted to fix it, and we come to find out that it was a whole new development. So the wall had to come down. If I can use 1970 terms, I guess I'm aging myself. Bring down this wall. But the bottom line is that it costs money. I mean, wearing two hats, being a council member in Long Beach, and also being a coastal commissioner, sometimes I find myself conflicted because I want to help my colleagues on city councils and counties to manage the retreat or to have retreat with honor, but at the same time, okay, well, where we're going to get the funding? Mention about you go to Sacramento and get some science, okay, but the bottom line is where the water hits the road, no, the water hits the beach, is funding and being able to address the needs that need to take place, whether it's a sewer line or a wall or armoring. I know one creative way that we did a couple of, maybe about a year ago, we had this armoring that was this dissolvable concrete, was it? And I think that might be another avenue that we can take a look at, so that there's a finality. It's not a wall or a retainer that is going to be there forever, but something that allows the beach to be the beach and waves to be the beach, and sea level rise is going to happen. So let's have a retreat with honor.
My vote is for the campaign should be just moving on up. And yeah, you go. Oh, that's funny. I think we need to recognize and give ourselves a little bit of a break. We're really in the very early phases of how we're planning for sea level rise and climate change adaptation. And so it's incredibly difficult. And, that's why the commission has taken this proactive stance on providing guidance for our local government partners, our 2015 guidance and our residential adaptation guidance. And there's a mythology or a narrative around our guidance that we're trying to force these policy directives onto our local government partners. And the way we were looking at it is that we were trying to provide a set of tools, a baseline from which they could build off of those tools, those sample policies, to customize it for their context. We were hearing from local government planning staff, we need this. We don't know, lacking any policy guidance, they were seeking this out. So we were looking at this as, how can we help our local governments? It's turned around, the narrative's turned around that we become the enemy and we're demonized because we're providing this guidance, and that is not our intent. What is most important, I think, in these early phases, as we do our vulnerability assessments, is to recognize those most vulnerable areas and disclose that those are vulnerable areas, so property owners can internalize those costs and factor that into their economic decisions going forward. I think it's one of the most important things we need to do. I think with managed retreat, a lot of communities aren't ready for that, and that's fine, but that should be a goal that's built in to your LCPs going forward, with plans out beyond maybe 10 years. You'll check back in as you're working on these plans, as we work to obtain more resources and funding to actually plan for these, for sea level rise adaptation, but also for sea level rise adaptation projects, living shorelines, and things like buyout programs and things, because it's going to take massive resources. We should start with critical infrastructure, because that's the glue that holds our communities together, and that provides the example of how it can be done, to your point, Ed. And again, this context matters. There's no one size fits all. I remember Peter Douglas was always telling me, foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, Jack. So it always stuck with me. Of course, he borrowed that from a famous quote. But and how we communicate to the public is important. We are working and on the science of sea level rise and climate change adaptation, or just the science, and then on the adaptation side of how we communicate. That's why we're working with the Ocean Protection Council on developing a sea level rise public education campaign, and we're really excited about that going forward. I do think, and as I said in the article, I think this is a crisis, and we do need to work with a sense of urgency going forward. But at the same time, recognizing the political constraints of each of our local government partners. The local governments are in different places politically and of where they're at, so we have to work within that context. And I am acutely aware that I'm a pragmatist, and I think it's important that we're working within that context, but with that sense of urgency. But my commitment to you all is that we're here to help you through this process, not to be an impediment, we can't come in and force this down on top of you. It has to come from the bottom up. It should be the vision of your local communities. My question always is, what's your vision for your local community, and how you're going to deal with these incredible complicated issues around sea level rise and hazards, how you're going to protect your community going forward and build a resilient community. So with that, I want to go on. I could go on forever. So thank you, Kaylin.
We're just past 12, and I promised to protect public comment time, so we will do that. So, but also since they need to grab their lunch, and I want you to have the audience as you're making your public comments, here's my suggestion that we take the next 11-ish minutes to grab lunch. I might have the time wrong. At 12:15 we start the public comment period. We have an hour set aside for that, which is not nearly enough, just as this is not enough for this conversation here. So we'll have to limit speaker times, and I'll say this again as we get going, remember that this is not a day of decisions. This is a day of planning for the next steps of problem solving. And so I hope that you can gear your comments to that. But so now is a great time for commissioners and all of us, public officials at the dais. Your lunch is back there. Please grab as quickly as you can and do whatever settling with money that you need to do for your lunches. Come on back. We'll start here at 12:15 with public comments. Start. Thank you, sir. Okay, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Got it. Thanks, everybody. Again, I'm going to acknowledge how unsatisfying it is that we don't have quite a bit more time for public comment, but want to re-emphasize that today is about identifying next steps for detailed problem solving on these very difficult issues. We have an hour set aside for public comment. I have almost exactly 60 comment cards here. Yes, I know, disappointing. That means we have approximately a minute per person for public comment, and we also want to cut down the transaction time in between each comment so that we can get as many as possible. Please let me emphasize one more time, you are most welcome to submit written comments on these topics to be considered. I also, a couple of groups came today with some materials, 2 groups, and so I'm going to distribute those letters to those at the dais here. And finally, I will say, this is not the last cut. As you've heard, all of these public officials up here, it is their goal to continue to have in-depth discussions on these to get to real solutions, real strategies. So this is not the last opportunity for these. And with all of those semi-apologies and acknowledgements, please let's go to your public comments. I'm going to start with 3 public officials. Then I'm going to go to comments on, here will be the order. Comments on short-term rentals, comments on sea level rise, comments that included both sea level rise and short-term rentals, comments that commented on all 3 topics today, then comments that are about LCP development, which we have not yet talked about. And then I've got a couple that just came in at the end, so we'll do it like that. Thank you for coming. First, please let me acknowledge and one last disclaimer, and that's that I will do my very best to pronounce your names correctly. If I get it wrong, it is either my eyesight, your handwriting, or my lack of mental capacity. I apologize. Tasha Borner-Horvath, how did I do? Excellent. Please. I don't know who manages the clock. Please.
Thank you. So my name's Tasha Berner-Horvath. I'm the assembly member from the 76th Assembly District. It's great to be here today. This is my first day of recess, summer recess, so I'm spending it with you. talking about short-term vacation rentals and sea level rise, some of my favorite topics of conversation. I was a former member of the League of Cities, Coastal Cities Issues Group before I got elected to the Assembly, so it's good to see some of my former colleagues and some fresh faces. And the conversation was so great today, because what I heard was a lot of what I know from my district as well, is that we talked about the differences between visitor serving uses and residential uses and how that relates to LCPs. We talked about the housing crisis, arena numbers, and state laws coming through. What is sufficient low-cost coastal accommodations? As you know, San Diego County provides 30%, our coastal zone provides 30% of the coast, the entire state of California's low-cost coastal accommodations. There are some places that do it well. And what does that really count as low-cost coastal accommodations? Are including more hostels and more campgrounds a better plan than short-term vacation rentals when it really comes, if that's what we're really trying to get at? And what does that mean for displacement of workers? I wanted to give you an update on AB 1731. I know you've been all following that very closely. We decided to hold the bill in committee. We were still making amendments to the bill. It got to its 5th policy committee. I decided to be the adult in the room and not try to sneak in amendments at the very end and do all that crazy stuff. And we'll be continuing to work on it. Love to work with you because as I heard today, many of you have the same concerns. I also want to give an update. I am the Assembly Select Committee Chair on Sea Level Rise in the California economy. In the fall, we will be doing hearings up and down the state. I invite all of you to participate with us in that. And I'd like to introduce Celia Mata, who is my legislative director in my office. When you want to talk about short-term vacation rentals, sea level rise, and all the things that are dealing with the coastline, please come get her card. She will be the one that can provide it, and we'll, and she's also on the website. You can find her there. Thank you very much for spending your Friday talking about this important subject. Sorry, that was longer than a minute.
Hi. I want to give you some advice on using the microphone at the podium. It's a very sensitive mic. If you get too close to it, it's going to distort everything you say and be very hard to hear. So give yourself about this much distance from the microphone. If it's not loud enough when you start talking, don't move closer because we're going to be adjusting it. Okay, so keep that much distance. Don't go this far away and don't get this close. Although you're all rock stars, we don't use a microphone that way here. Okay, thank you.
Steve Monowitz, followed by Jason Giffen.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Monowitz. I'm not a rock star, but I am the Community Development Director for San Mateo County, and I'm also a former Coastal Commission staff member. And our ability to navigate the difficult issues you've been discussing this morning clearly depends on this type of collaboration. So thank you for holding this workshop. I'd like to make a pitch that of equal importance is collaboration at the staff level where all the real work gets done. And so San Mateo County is very fortunate to enjoy a very good working relationship with our counterparts at the Coastal Commission, but it often is challenged by the lack of resources. So when you're in Sacramento looking for additional scientific studies, I'd say let's also push for greater staff support. I think that's critical to the LCP issues you'll be discussing this afternoon. And then with regard to the other two topics you've been discussing, the county is actively working on a shoreline management plan for Plan Princeton, which I hope will be helpful to you. And we have a successful short-term rental program. If you're interested in learning about it, I'm happy to share. Thank you.
Jason Giffen, followed by George Weiss.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Jason Giffen here representing the Port of San Diego. I also sit on the California Marine Affairs and Navigation Board. I want to just briefly say from a ports and harbors standpoint, we really appreciate the commission and Mr. Ainworth acknowledging the need for different approaches, especially when it comes to public trust lands, as well as protecting coastal dependent uses. San Diego Bay has over 50 miles of waterfront, is primarily co-managed by the Port of San Diego and the U.S. Navy. And we're working together along with other stakeholders to identify the best ways to move forward, and we're already piloting some solutions. We think we can be helpful as participants. As an example, the port along was one of 33 local trustee agencies that were required to submit an AB 691 sea level rise assessment to the State Lands Commission that was due July 1st. We presented that to our board just a couple weeks ago. We submitted our report, and through that process, we're developing a lot of applied knowledge and experience that we think can be helpful. We're really interested in continuing to be participants in the critical infrastructure guidance that's coming along as well, because clearly Ports and Harbors and the Port of San Diego has a lot of that. So thank you.
George Weiss, followed by Jennifer.
Thank you. California Coastal Commissioners, CCC staff, and League of City participants. I think there's two fundamental rights that the Coastal Commission and cities must balance with regard to short-term lodging. One is the right of the coastal city residents to maintain the integrity or wholeness of their residential neighborhoods. And two, the right of all California residents to access and enjoy our ocean and coastline. So when a city submits for approval of their short-term lodging ordinance to the Coastal Commission, they must take into consideration any and all negative consequences. One of these, in the case of Laguna Beach, which has recently submitted their short-term lodging ordinance for coastal review, is the significant loss of affordable housing. If a short-term lodging ordinance impact is to remove affordable housing, then that should not be allowed by the Coastal Commission when other reasonable options are available. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Zeter, Anna Evans Goldstein.
Good morning, council members and other distinguished guests. Jennifer Zeiter, Laguna Beach, representing over 200 residents of Laguna Beach, home sharing for Laguna. I heard a lot this morning about good faith, and I understand the balance between the cities controlling their local LCP and also complying with the California Coastal Act. I know that Mr. Ainsworth has negotiated in good faith with the city of Laguna Beach. Unfortunately, the city of Laguna Beach has not negotiated in good faith because the facts they have presented are incorrect, misleading, and some just flat out false. So the question here, when you're talking about the balance, there's a reason why this California Coastal Commission exists. And part of that reason is you need to make sure that the cities are complying and being truthful in following out the guidance of the Coastal Act. So that's why we have these hearings, and we look forward to submitting our very detailed brief with very detailed facts, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Anna Evans Goldstein, we did just hand out your handouts, and next is Sergio Rangel and Kate Spear.
Hello, my name is Anna Evans Goldstein, and I'm here on behalf of Unite Here, the Hospitality Workers Union. My union believes that the regulation of short-term rentals should be mainly local. Coastal cities should be able to strictly regulate the spread of STRs. Outside of disallowing complete bans, strict regulations of STRs, such as limiting to primary residents, still allows for an inclusion as part of the array of visitor-serving accommodations protected by your body. I would like to make two recommendations for next steps for the Coastal Commission. First, moving forward, the Commission should not amend or deny any local ordinance that includes provisions dictating primary residence or enforceable limits. Second, the Commission needs to prioritize updating its guidance to coastal planning and community directors, which in its current incarnation exists as a memo from Steve Kinsey from 2016. To be frank, there is now a long history of decisions on STR ordinances that runs a wide spectrum from both small and substantial modifications. Thank you very much for your time.
Sergio, Kate Spear.
Hi, my name is Sergio Rangel from the Hotel Employees Restaurant Employees Union Local 483. I'm the president of my local, and I'm here to represent my city, right? Because we face in the same situation. In cities like mine, near to the coast, short-term rentals have made housing harder to find. Our workers must look for housing far away from work, from 50 to 60 miles or more. They don't have enough time to have the time and spend the time with the family because they spend the time traveling. So it's why also those workers, they lost money because they have to travel to come to work and lost money, and that revenue hurt the family. And I believe, and we believe, we need and we want a local regulation to only allow primary homes as a short-term rental. Without this will be continuing, and also affordable housing for those workers, and we will lose workers from the cost. And if we don't do the right thing, we're reserving this cost just only for the rich people. And we need to stop that. Okay? And appreciate all work that you guys do, and think about this and do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you very much. Kate Spear, Debbie Peterson, Catherine Levasseur.
Hello, my name is Kate Spear, and I'm a researcher with Unite Here Local 11. From our union's work on the short-term rental issue in LA County, we know that in order to protect affordable housing and truly affordable coastal access, short-term rental ordinances should contain all of the following provisions. First, STRs must be limited to an operator's primary residence. Second, homes and investment properties should be ineligible for use. It's important to note that over 80% of Airbnb revenue comes from hosts that list multiple non-primary housing units. Second, cities should set enforceable limits on the number of days each unit can be rented, in part to limit likely revenue, and in doing so disincentivize the wholesale conversion of what would be long-term housing units into short-term rentals. And third, STR operators should be required to register with the city. Our members appreciate the many aspects that must be weighed when making decisions on short-term rental regulation, but we strongly urge you to consider these aspects as regulations that have been proven effective in curbing the negative effects of short-term rentals in the coastal zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Peterson, Catherine, Time Lewis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair Bochco. Oh, she's not there. And esteemed guests. My name is Catherine Levasseur. I'm a Huntington Beach resident. I'm also a founding member of the Huntington Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance. While my city currently has a citywide ban on short-term rentals everywhere except for Sunset Beach, today my comment will focus on the development of short-term rental ordinances for the city of Long Beach. I'm concerned with an opt-out provision which would allow a group in a given neighborhood tract to petition to exclude unhosted short-term rentals in that area. To me, this is tantamount to selective vigilantism. The better solution would be to go through a complaint appeal process with the city. I hope that this opt-out clause does not make it to the commission for review, but if it does, that the commission will vote not to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Time Lewis. Time, pardon me.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thyme Lewis. Nice to see you, Carol. Greetings to everybody. I grew up in Carmel, which is part of Monterey County in Big Sur. Originally, I'm from Big Sur. I sit on the board of the Monterey County Vacation Rental Alliance, and my main thing today is to be relatable to you. I, like yourself, grew up with siblings, and like Jack, we weren't that wealthy. But my mom put us in an environment as a single parent that we were able to learn what was around us, and we were able to thrive if we could by our own accord. So I come from a working family. After attending Carmel High School, I went to San Diego State. So I've been in San Diego. I've had roommates. I bought my first house in Los Angeles in Venice Beach and started doing short-term rentals before Airbnb and VRBO and HomeAway and all the other slew of others existed. I dealt with it through Craigslist, through all the scams, through all of it. And 1 minute is not enough. I want to read to you, because this directly affects what Ed was saying earlier about letting it be handled on a local level. There's a lot of dishonesty going on a local level, and the way the ordinances are being set up, it's not good. So I just want to read to you from our attorney.
Are you able to submit it?
I've actually already have, but I think it's important to hear it.
I agree. It's just we're over a minute, and I have to honor other people's time, too.
With respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize. Charles Metz, either Eugene or Eugene Young. Tony LaGrasse. LaGrasse.
My name is Charles Metz. I grew up in Santa Barbara. I presently live in Sonoma County since 1991. There are a lot of people who purchase a home on the coastal zone with the hope of someday retiring and living there permanently. But while they're working, they can't afford 2 homes or 2 mortgages or 2 insurance policies or pay property taxes on 2 dwellings. The only way to do that and still use the property is to share it as a vacation rental, so that when they do retire in 10 to 15 years, they can live in it permanently. A lot of homes on the coastal zone have gone back and forth from being short-term to long-term use. I know in Sonoma County, the majority of vacation rentals are used by families, particularly during weddings, when multiple family members fly over from all over and rent a home. Vacations rentals are a way that the family can interact with each other as a family. The women can be in the kitchen cooking. The men can be watching TV in the den. Kids can be playing in the backyard. You can't have a family reunion in a hotel lobby. And I just want to share one more thing, that vacation rentals in Sonoma County, since they developed their ordinance in 2016, they have a 3 strikes policy. If you have a noise or a quiet issue, you will receive 1 strike. Since they developed their policy, not only have no vacation rental received 3 strikes, they haven't even received 1. And that shows how well they are being good neighbors to their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Eugene, how am I doing?
Yeah,
that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Tony
My name
LaGrasse.
is Eugenie Young. I'm a 30-year resident of Long Beach. I'm 62 and I work as a project-based freelance technical writer. As a freelancer, despite income ups and downs, I've always kept my property intact and well maintained. I did that by home sharing or short-term renting to supplement my income. My rates are affordable, between $68 and $72 a night. I am on site. I'm vigilant about what happens in my property and mindful of neighbors in my beautiful community. So I've hosted guests all over the world who otherwise could not afford to come to the California coast and find affordable, reasonable lodging. I encourage my guests to explore and shop locally, and they do. The money I generate from Airbnb allows me to maintain and upgrade my home and pay property taxes. And I employ local neighbors to help me clean my property, which helps boost their income. Thank you.
Tony LaGrasse, Clive Pinder, Jeff Edwards.
Can I say something? Maggie Guy, you did 1 minute for 1 minute. Yes, yes.
We don't have a protocol for seating the minute. Please, we're already going to be over time, so I know it's a challenge. Please try to keep to 1 minute. Please.
I have to say, this is really disrespectful to the public comment, this whole process. But aside from that, I appreciate you guys trying to talk together. I'm here as the president of the Central Coast Management Association. We are a trade association of professional short-term rental managers in San Luis Obispo. We represent about 700 property owners with our management. Professional managers are positioned uniquely at the intersection of the booking platforms, government regulations, our communities, and our guests. This unique vantage point gives us the opportunity to assist with future-friendly, reasoned solutions to our shared problems. It is important to clearly outline each entity's role in the market. Toward that goal, we ask to be recognized as property managers, recognized separately from online platforms such as Airbnb and HomeAway. Please use us. We want to help. We want to be invited to the table, which we have not been invited to discussion. We can help our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Clive Pinder, Jeff Edwards, Marla Jo Sadowski.
My name is Jeff Edwards, and I'm concerned about the fiction of so-called hosted short-term rentals and the adverse impacts on affordable coastal access. Hosted short-term rentals require owner occupancy, 184 days a year. The non-hosted short-term rentals are overwhelmingly more typical of what people want. The owner-occupied or hosted short-term rentals, they're not vacation rentals. But this commission has certified LCPs that basically ban non-hosted short-term rentals, and I think that's wrong. And this has a deleterious effect on the availability of vacation rentals on the coast and reduced public access. Unfortunately, this is a growing trend. The city of Pismo Beach, the city of Santa Cruz, the county of Santa Barbara, among others, are either banning them entirely or capping them. Thank you.
Thank you. Marla Jo Sadowski, Maggie Juven.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Marla Jo Sadowski, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Homefront Environmental Justice Morro Bay. I am very concerned about what I'm hearing about cooperating with the local government and making that a priority of the Coastal Commission in as far as what that translates into. And I'll give you one example. This is, Morro Bay is doing the first managed retreat of a sewer plant off the California coast for climate adaptation, and it should include climate mitigation variables in the project being considered. That hasn't happened. What happened, though, is over a year ago, there was a city meeting where the public comment was left off the agenda, was omitted from the agenda. There was a mediator. Okay. What happened was there was a wharf panel with city staff, city consultants, and the enforcement officer from the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. What happened is in that meeting, the enforcement officer, speaking under the authority of the executive director of the water board and the chair of the water board, proceeded to threaten the entire community on an individual basis.
Please wrap up, Marla Jo.
Two of the things he threatened were the Prop 218 vote that was about to occur and the general election. So those elections were under threat. The community was threatened if that TSO wasn't met by a certain date. Now, that is not my idea of cooperating. Also, Commissioner Eric Howell showed up at the meeting and was inducted onto the wharf panel by proxy and answered a question for the Coastal Commission.
Thank you. I apologize. Thank you. Maggie Juven, LM Williams, Maggie Fry.
I am Maggie Juren, and I am a professional vacation rental manager in the Morro Bay and Cayucas areas of SLO County. I'm here today to refute the idea that so many of our local government officials have bought into, which is the notion that vacation rentals are a large contributor to housing shortages in our area. As an example, in Morro Bay, there are about 6,400 total housing units. About 1,200 of those are second homes, and only 153 of those are active vacation rentals. So the problem is not STRs, the problem is the proliferation of second homes afforded only by the wealthy in our community. And do you think these owners, if their STR permits are taken away, will make those $2 million homes available to our workers? No, they won't. What you will have is a problem with a lot of either vacant homes or even more so, illegal STRs. People have bought those homes expecting that. I want to encourage the Coastal Commission to continue to be the gatekeeper for these issues. It's in your hands because left to the local people, the local committees will wipe them out.
Thank you. LM Williams, Maggie Fry, Yale Corin.
Hello, my name is Lisa Mia Williams, and I am a homeowner, and I live in Morro Bay.
I'm a vacation rental owner, and I have been for the last dozen years. I always put my neighbors as a priority. So in regards to allowing my home as a vacation rental, my neighbors are first and foremost to make sure that we're responsible, respectful vacation rental homeowners. I know we live in a small town that's a very popular destination, but what we need, I think, is ownership of the people that own the vacation rental permits to be cognizant of the rules and regulations that their renters should be participate in. So it needs to be managed. I think there should be rules that people have to abide by. Not only can they pay for a vacation rental permit, but there should be rules and regulations for best practices to make sure that they're responsible to their neighbors next door. And I know that the city is currently working on that. I have a lot of great stories and memories from my clients that come to our home, and it's a great place that people wouldn't otherwise be able to do with a large family environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Fry, Yale Corin, Sue Morgenthaler, Tony Isman. Isman. Maggie, how about Yale?
Thank you for wanting to hear from the local communities. My name is Yael Corin. I'm a member of the Community Advisory Council of a small town, Los Osos, an unincorporated bedroom community, not a tourist destination in the San Luis Obispo County. For the reason of water shortage, we have practically a zero housing growth, and that's coupled with a severe shortage in housing, period. We do have 3 hotels in town, and we have numerous hotels within 5 miles around us in the more tourist-oriented towns like Morro Bay, Pismo Beach, Cayucas, and San Luis Obispo. So I'm very glad that you are considering hearing from us. We have developed vacation rental guidelines, and we hope that once they reach your desk that you will look at them favorably and approve them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sue Morgenthaler, Tony, I hope I'm getting your name correctly, Eisman, Diana DeGarmo, and then we're going to move to the next topic, please.
Taylor, I don't know.
I have not yet had your name yet.
No, it's Tony.
Oh, okay. Please go right ahead.
Maybe not. I don't know. Over here. Okay. Yeah. As far as I know.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Tony Eisman. First, I want to thank coastal staff for working so closely with our city staff to hammer out a successful Airbnb solution. I hope when you hear it, you'll keep some things in mind. I don't like using numbers because they usually aren't relevant, but these are. It's a town of 23,000 and a county of 3 million with a shoreline of 7 miles. And we argue about this. Initially, it was we have 6 million visitors a year. I thought that couldn't be right, but then this year they're saying, no, we have 7 million visitors a year. To the north, we have Crystal Cove, which is wonderful, the cottages. We have a campground to the north. We have a campground to the south. We have parking for $8 for all day long, and then you can ride a free shuttle from one end of the town to the other, and takes lots of people to the beach. Our town is crushed by traffic, and our residents are crushed by parking in the neighborhood of those people who are coming to the beach in spite of the free shuttle. I'm asking that you remember that our residents need to sleep through the night. And the experience is in the residential Airbnb, which is often a fraternity house without a house mother, it's really difficult for residents to experience peaceful sleep. We've worked hard to make a meaningful thing. I look forward to you hopefully approving things.
Thank you. Tony?
No, I'm Tony.
You're Tony. Great, please.
Two Eismans. All right. Hi, I'm Taylor Eisman. Thank you for your attention right now. I'm in support of vacation rentals. I was born and raised here on the Central Coast. I now run and operate my family's vacation rentals in Cayucas. Our vacationers not only pay their 12% tax, but they support so many of our local jobs and local businesses. These family travelers come for vacation, others for celebrations, work, or don't forget, some come from natural disaster relief or to live their last days of life. I truly do not believe vacation rentals are the cause for the housing crisis in our county. I believe if studies were honest and fair, they will show how vacation rentals are a positive contribution to our communities rather than a hinder. If short-term rentals were to be eliminated, these oceanfront homes would not be an affordable housing option. Within the unincorporated areas of San Luis Obispo, we already have a strict vacation rental ordinance that limits the amount of vacation rentals operating. A better discussion on vacation rental topics should be how to better enforce the ordinances already in place. Currently, I just want to say currently, you guys are collecting TOT tax on illegal vacation rentals, and that really frustrates me.
Thank you for your comments. If you submitted a card and it had multiple comments on it, you're in the stack. I've got you. That's coming after this next session, which is on sea level rise. And we've got Amy Fu, Mandy Sackett. Okay, so here we go. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 from Surfrider. I'm going to ask you to speak for Surfriders, and we handed out your documentation. May I do that in the interest of time? Because we've got four in a row.
Then let me have the people who traveled here speak for us, because I'm here all the time.
I appreciate that
So,
very much.
yeah,
Thank you very much. Just trying to make the most of everyone's time. Who would you like to send? Perfect. I did, so I'll do you next. I apologize. A lot going on up here. Diana, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Diana, live in Pismo Beach, Shell Beach, been doing short-term vacation rentals as a primary owner, raising my 2 children. I just went home and scrubbed my toilet, and guests are checking in, a family of 4. Fortunately, the grandma can't stay with us because I can only rent it out to 4 people because Pismo Beach's parking requirements now. We've got plenty of parking in my street, tons of parking, because 2/3 are those second owners, you know, that are millionaires that there. So it's been a huge, huge issue financially for me. And I also believe that a lot of people are being prohibited from coming to the coast and staying. I live a half a block because they can't bring their mamas and their grandmas. So I want to really encourage you to look at the parking situation. Eric, and yeah, you guys know who you are over there. We have plenty of room. I had to convert my garage. It was a room back into a garage, bring my tiny little car in there, and no one's ever going to park their car in the garage. These were rooms for decades. So it's really been a very stressful situation for me and my guests. It was 3 months of honestly no sleep over this. So just look at the community, look at the parking. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
gotta go back and work and clean my toilet again.
Thank you.
Seriously.
I understand. Okay, understood. Please. Please. Please.
Hi, so I think we're going to have 3 speakers come up. Okay. Amy Fu, Surfrider Foundation. First of all, I'd just like to say that Surfrider supports the Coastal Commission's draft residential adaptation policy guidance. In light of sea level rise, the public trust boundary along our shoreline will gradually move inland over time. Under the public trust doctrine, the Coastal Commission, cities, and counties are obligated to proactively manage our public trust resources and consider how sea level rise is likely to affect them. If not proactively managed through progressive sea level rise adaptation policies and managed retreat, or whatever you want to call it, seawalls and other coastal development will impede the inland migration of our shoreline and damage or even destroy our public trust resources. As a background principle of state property law, the public trust doctrine establishes limitations on private property interests. Thus, governments can regulate the use of shoreline armoring as an exercise of the public trust, such as to prevent nuisances that impair public trust resources without being required to compensate private property owners for takings. Furthermore, we would argue that the public trust doctrine requires current coastal planners to ensure that our future public trust interests are not negatively affected through short-sighted land use and development permitting decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Graham Hamilton, Surfrider Foundation, Los Angeles Chapter Coordinator. From the Port of LA, where 40% of the nation's goods are offloaded to a native Chumash heritage site and the birthplace of modern surfing at Humaliwu, LA's beaches and coastal infrastructure are existentially threatened. The impacts of climate change and sea level rise are gripping our communities. Public agencies excel in emergency situations, but we need officials brave enough to adopt proactive measures that keep us from catastrophe in the first place. Each coastal community is no doubt unique and will require specialized approaches to adaptation. Our ability to safeguard coastal commons and public and private infrastructure will hinge upon our ability to develop localized, nuanced, and nature-based solutions for future challenges that we're only beginning to comprehend. Managed retreat is nothing new. The removal of sunken city homes in 1929 at Palos Verdes, the removal of 35 homes at Topanga Beach in 1979 after Hurricane Kathleen. Both examples and more for all of us as we look to move it on up.
Good afternoon, Denise Zirkinath from Surfriders South Orange County chapter. Orange County does not have a certified local coastal program for several segments of our coastline. And none of the certified LCP segments have been comprehensively updated since the 1980s. Our standard response in the county to erosion has been hard armoring. Unfortunately, unfortunately that, such as rock revetments, riprap, etc., exacerbates erosion. With sea level rise, our beaches will eventually completely disappear if we continue to armor our coasts. We're asking that this body take a moment to reflect before rushing to give out emergency permits to armor our beaches in a knee-jerk response to erosion. Weigh in this body on our management of our coast, and that should be in the form of long-term hazard and sea level rise planning that also contains robust alternatives for soft armoring, living shorelines, and managed retreat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cindy Blankenberg, Dave Wilson. And Kirkland, having trouble reading the first name.
Dave Wilson is part of our group.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Blankenberg, and I'm representing the Realtor Party. During the meetings this week, our members have worn blue shirts and Realtor Party stickers and are waving to say hello. Our intent is to give input on how to revise the sea level rise document so it can be a valuable working document. The comments to establish thresholds in which certain items will be implemented are great to hear. We would like to know those thresholds so we can communicate those thresholds to our clients. All residents within the jurisdiction of the proposed guidelines should be notified of the potential consequences, which include managed retreat, property condemnation, property restrictions, and loss of value. The Commission should look at plans that preserve property rights until it is absolutely necessary to infringe upon those rights. Additionally, the Commission should complete the commercial and public use guideline documents at the same time as the residential guidelines so that they can be analyzed together. It is not just to apply guidelines to only residential structures. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gary, and then Merrill.
Thank you, Gary Kirkland. First, I want to say that I heard some false reasoning up here when somebody said that they thought that we should be the objective. What that means is that if somebody disagrees with them, they are not objective. That's called argumentative ad hominem, and it shouldn't be a part of this group, or anybody shouldn't use it either. Just because I disagree with you doesn't mean you're objective and I'm not. Second, this used to be a free country where individual citizens could go out and make decisions of how and where they're going to live. And now we become ruled by bureaucratic agencies like this one that tell us serfs out here where and how we should live our lives. I want to go back to a free country where we have to live with the consequences or die with the consequences of our own actions and not how this group. If we're going to deal with science, I urge all of you to read about the Milankovitch cycle. We're in right now an interglacial period that started about 11,000 years ago, and the seas have been rising for about 11,000 years, about 7 inches. We're going to go back to a glacier. They're going to go back down. Thank you.
Thank you. Merrill Haber, Cynthia Riplogel.
Hi, thank you. I just want to give a little input from someone who actually lives in Cayucos, does not have a short-term rental permit. We are not against them, but we think a little more oversight and regulation could be in order. I particularly endorse the comments from the folks from Unite We Here. But I wanted to give a little talk about the impact on us. Noise, traffic, trash, I'm sure you've all heard that. In our neighborhood, it feels like we're living next door to two hotels. People coming in and out all summer long. Traffic problems as usual. It just, at those times, it just isn't a neighborhood feel. I'd also like to say, just for the folks here, I don't completely disagree with the notion that local communities should be deferred to, because, I totally support the local government. But every once in a while, I think the state needs to pay attention. And sometimes larger regulation is needed. And very quickly, I also think critical, and I know a lot of folks here do that, local agencies need to talk with each other and learn from each other and implement things where things are working and where they're not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Merrill. Cynthia Rupp-Logel, Julie Tacker, Jeff Heller.
I'm Cynthia Rupp-Logel, a director on the Oceano Community Services District and vice chair of the Oceano Advisory Council and Surfrider SLO, but I'm speaking as an individual and resident of Oceano. Our disadvantaged town has infrastructure at risk from sea level rise. Yesterday, I showed you the Pier Avenue ODSPR entrance, which is a funnel for the sea due to grading and sand removal over decades, which will continue unabated for at least another year. Homes, businesses, and Oceano sewage lift station are located in this area and exposed to a greater chance of flooding due to the operation of the ramp. The South SLO County wastewater treatment plant is located near our coastline. The city of Pismo Beach still considers this the preferred location for the proposed Central Coast Blue wastewater recycling project. Armoring has serious drawbacks. Planning for managed retreat and dune restoration needs to start now. Vacation rentals are taking over housing, driving up rents and reducing supply for people who need to live here. As an unincorporated town, we are unable to impose any limits and must watch while the character of our neighborhood changes for the worse. Also, the county LCP needs an update. It's been 11 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Tacker, Jeff Heller.
Good afternoon. I am Julie Tacker, and I just want to say infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. Without that, you can't live there. You can't vacation there. Your sewer plants, your vital infrastructure, much of it is along the coast. That should be your priority. Stop giving passes to municipalities. They have the resources. Unfortunately, it is the ratepayer. They have to do it, or the ratepayer won't be able to live there, won't be able to vacation there. It's much more expensive to clean up a disaster than to plan for it. You, as legislators, all the way up, oh, that lady's gone, can change the way that the country addresses an accident, a disaster, and plan for it first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julie. Jeff Heller, John Dugan.
Virginia. I'm John Dugan. I'm Deputy Director of Planning for the Resource Management Agency in Monterey County. I have comments on all three of the different topics today, and so I have written statements, which I'll leave with you to go over those, but in deference to the 1 minute I have, I just want to make a couple points to do with the local coastal planning. Sometimes there are issues of a lack of deference to the county interpretation of the local coastal plans. Sometimes a clear conflict would warrant an appeal to the Coastal Commission, but interpretations, though, should stay, we believe, at a local level. The risk of the Coastal Commission subverting local interpretations, although it might result in an unintentional rewrite of the local coastal plan through precedent-setting appeals. We ask you to consider that when you receive those appeals and not really amend our local coastal plan through those actions. And the second issue is the lack of clarity somehow, sometimes between local policies of the local coastal plan and new state regulations like affordable dwelling units, where the two requirements differ and we need some guidance from the Coastal Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve Forer, Jeremy Talcott.
Hi, my name is Steve Foray. I am president of the Coastal Property Owners Association for Greater Santa Cruz. I would encourage the Coastal Commission to allow the property owners to effectively armor when it's appropriate with preserving the access to public beach as our first line of defense. This will extend the useful life of the property, and if in the eventuality it comes down to managed retreat, we, the property owners, are prepared to deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeremy Talcott.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Talcott, an attorney with the Pacific Legal Foundation. And in my brief time, I'd just like to remind the Commission and any other local officials gathered that the creation of new units of all types will positively impact coastal access. There's a huge demand for access along the California coast, and the single most effective way to both meet demand and also lower the price of access is to increase the supply of units. As the Commission works to formalize policies on short-term rentals and sea level rise, it should consider options that allow the market to increase public access. Additionally, the cost of new overnight rental units along the coast is raised substantially by lengthy delays and high costs involved in the permitting process. Often, those costs make lower-priced units economically infeasible, leading to luxury accommodations or none at all. As LCPs are adopted and amended, the Commission and local governments should consider policies designed to streamline the permitting process and incentivize the creation of affordable units along the coast. Thank you.
Thank you. The remaining 6 speakers are Michael Pleshakor, Luke Coletti, Barbara Dorr, Mark Fudge, Nick Jurin, and Jen Eckerly. Michael? How about Luke?
Luke Coletti, I'm the author of a successful ballot measure that limits STRs within Pacific Grove neighborhoods. A purely transient use of residential property is not home sharing. Instead, it's a commercial use that degrades residential neighborhoods, displaces long-term residents, and runs counter to local zoning standards, which people rely on when purchasing and enjoying their home. I believe Assembly Bill 1731 gets all of this right. Unfortunately, that effort was derailed by the Airbnb lobby. It seems Airbnb money is the real elephant in the room. In closing, I really hope you do look to AB 1731 as a template for moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Dorr.
Good morning. After seeing you last night, Barbara Dorr, resident of Morro Bay, former mayor of Redondo Beach for 8 years. The issue I would like to present is I'm not for and I'm not against the vacation rentals. I do have some concerns. Our housing elements say nothing about the loss of housing, affordable housing, to vacation rentals. And I would hope that those of you who are here from the League and other agencies could bring this to our legislature and require reporting of impacts to affordable housing from long-term rental losses to short-term rental, the conversion to short-term vacation rentals, and that this be required of all cities when they do their housing element every 5 years, and reconcile the conflicts between our state agencies. The Coastal Commission is forcing short-term rentals, whereas the state wants affordable housing. And I suggest that you use the transient occupancy tax, use it all for affordable housing, and these are luxury rentals. They are not affordable, and there's a report that I provided that shows that I did send to the director in October of 2018, and I also concerned about ADA and racial discrimination that may occur, and it's referenced in the report. Thank you all very much. I want to say I will sleep better at nighttime listening to all of you and your great concern and everything you're doing.
I think that was a compliment.
Truly, even though we lost last night. Thank you.
Mark Fudge, Nick Jurin.
Good afternoon, I'm Mark Fudge. I need help with a different kind of access. I need access to LCPs. The documents are hard to find. They are comprised of many documents. It's hard for the public to find out what is certified, what is not certified. If the local agency is using their certified documents, I'm aware in my municipality that some of the documents have been changed by ordinances 5 different times, 4 different times, 3 different times since 1993, yet no certification to the commission has been had. I think we all understand that the internet is here to stay. Perhaps it is time for the cities and the commission to come up with a plan to make this available to themselves, to the public, and to the commission. I'm willing to work in any capacity to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick?
Hello, I'm Nick Jurin with Beach and Bay Getaways, and we manage 58 short-term rentals in the area. None of my homes could be considered affordable housing. The average price is well over $1 million. So I really wonder why that discussion has taken place. It's fake news. When I moved to the state in '87, there was a popular saying, is welcome to California, now go home. And I know many of us have heard that. And that's really what's happening with vacation rentals. Limiting the access to many of the state for the interest of the few that have now moved into this community is really a shame. And that's where it's heading. The Coastal Commission needs to retain control because not all municipalities are created equal. Here in San Luis, we do not have a problem with vacation rental based on the dilution. And eliminating them completely would not in any way affect affordable housing. And with any regulations that the counties propose, they should show a budget to enforce those regulations. That's the thing that's not happening today. Let them show that they can enforce what they put into law.
Thank you, Nick.
Jim Myers from Surfriders Slow. I'd like to recommend, given my short time, I'd like to recommend a picture that's probably worth 1,000 words. Before you leave Slow, please treat yourself to a walk along the Shell Beach bluffs. You'll see a dramatic juxtaposition of 2 stark alternatives. On one hand, you'll see the sad ruins of many ill-advised past attempts at bluff armoring. On the other hand, you'll experience several fine bluff parks. These parks are the result of collaborations between the community and government to implement conservation solutions that enhance our coast for everyone. You have a chance to take these past successes to a new level by approving the adaptation guidance on residential development. Thank you all for your service.
Good afternoon, Mandy Sackett, Surfrider Foundation's headquarters. You should have our letter in front of you. Emerging research is shedding light on the urgency of sea level rise planning. The cost of sea level rise and climate change adaptation will increase exponentially over time. The National Institute of Building Sciences found that mitigation funding can save the nation $6 in future disaster costs for every $1 spent on hazard mitigation. If we don't work smart mitigation, including managed retreat, into our plans now, it will be incredibly more costly over time, and we will lose our beaches in the meantime. We cannot kick the can down the road any longer. Each permitting and planning decision we make today is deciding which beaches and coastal habitats we want to save from sea level rise. Coastal landowners and planners will inevitably attempt to act to protect their assets from these losses with seawalls, but this will come at the expense of public resources. An action alert we issued for this workshop generated nearly 500 letters to the Commission in support of their sea level rise planning guidance, preservation of our natural coastline, and avoidance of hard armoring. By and large, Californians do not want to sacrifice their beaches.
Thank you. After After the speaker will be Jen Eckerly.
Good afternoon, commissioners and local government representatives. My name is Delia Benz-King, and I'm with the Surfrider Foundation. One of the things the California coast is most known for is surfing, and I know a few of you and a few of the people in the room surf. Unfortunately, sea level rise poses a significant threat to destroying the iconic California waves and beaches that many surfers and beachgoers enjoy. The threat is that the placement of armoring structures results in immediate beach loss. One major source of sand comes from eroding cliffs and bluffs. Structures such as seawalls and bluff retaining walls capture the eroding sand and prevent the beaches in front from being replenished. This sand is what creates many iconic waves, such as Malibu and Rincon. When we meet rising seas with seawalls and revetments, we lose our beaches, the recreational opportunities they provide, and the benefits of our and the benefits they bring to our coastal economy. That is why we support the Coastal Commission's draft residential adaptation guidelines and adaptation solutions that avoid hard armoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen.
Bringing it home here. I'm Jen Eckerly. I'm the Deputy Director of the Ocean Protection Council. And first, I just want to say thank you for providing a venue to have this really candid conversation about sea level rise, the threats that it poses to our coastal resources, our economy, our communities. This threat is really going to force us to make hard choices and recognize trade-offs. And as we heard today, there's a role for the state to play, and there's a really valuable role for local communities to play based on what their priorities are. So I'm just here today to express Ocean Protection Council's ongoing commitment to working very closely with the Coastal Commission, local communities, stakeholders, and the general public to keep working on how we address this threat going forward. OPC has funded science that informed the update to the state sea level rise guidance. We are continuing now to think about what implementation looks like for that guidance, and we want to work closely in partnership with all of you to make sure that we do that in a way that protects the resources that we care about and the communities that love those resources. Thank you.
Because you were excellent and tried very hard to fit your comments within what is admittedly not nearly enough time, what we do have is time for these officials to keep working, not just about identifying the problems, but getting towards next steps towards getting to some solutions on these problems. So I just want to acknowledge your participation. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for trying to squeeze your comments in. This is not the last chance for this conversation. Thank you again. We are back to sea level rise. And Commissioner Brownsy, if it's okay, I missed Councilmember Messner in the lineup. May I do her first and you start? And I will remind us as we go forward in this conversation that we would like to go towards goals for next steps and ideally towards next steps. And we still have one more agenda item, which is, of course, LCPs. So here we go back into session.
Great. Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? So in regard to sea level rise, just one of the things that has not been touched on at all is the fact that we tend to look at ourselves for solutions. Oh, can you all hear me? Okay. We tend to look at ourselves for solutions rather than look around the world, where we have actually been seeing things very similar to sea level rise and adaptations for centuries. There are currently cities and counties that would, or cities and even countries that would be underwater without adaptation. And we are not looking to those. We're just looking to ourselves. And there's a lot of expertise around the world we need to look at. I've lived in over 60 countries. I've watched these areas and been around these areas to see what is happening, and I think we need to pay attention. It's, as some of the officials have spoken, there is a diversity and there are a number of options rather than just one option. And when we're looking at the entire coast, there's so much diversity, there's so many different issues that are happening. And even in the article that came out and some of the things that were suggested and looked at over the years of each of our areas up and down the coast, when you look at what is going on, there's multiple different solutions. And I appreciate some of the comments with the public saying, you know, we do need to protect our coasts and the armoring issues that have actually created the disruptions and some of the erosions. And how are we learning? How are we learning from others? What are we doing to actually seek out advice from people who've been doing this, from cities and countries that have been doing this for hundreds of years? And how are we looking to the world rather than just looking to ourselves? And I think it's an important thing to pay attention to, because otherwise we will constantly be stuck. I don't know how many of you remember, but when I came back to the U.S. and we lived in Oregon, and in Eugene, Oregon, they had all of these commercials where they were black and white. Everyone had a gas mask on and it was the future. It was 2020. And it was 2020 and the future where there was no air to breathe, so everyone was wearing gas masks. And the whole goal was to get people to understand that we were creating problems with all of our usage and creating a problem with our air. We're not paying attention to our air. At that time, it was a scare tactic, but we do tend to be motivated by fear, unfortunately, too often. And what happened was there were a lot of adaptations that took place. And the world also has paid attention, even China, their blue skies attempts and what they've done to create things that we're actually up against because of it, but they need to see blue skies. And we need to look at the bigger picture and not react in fear, but respond in a way that is very thorough and thoughtful. And then that will actually make our future better for not just the coast of California, but all over our country. And we can then be a place where people from all over the world can come and appreciate what we have. My comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Messner, and I'm just going to follow on with what you just said in terms of next steps. I just want to acknowledge all the comments from the local government officials as well as my colleagues. I mean, how important, clearly you've embraced the complexity and the challenging nature. Now, what do we do? So I think that resilience is really going to depend on the planning that all of us do together. I mean, it's not just you at the local government level, it's also the commission working with our state partners in order to help you. So the commission is working with the Department of Parks, with Ocean Protection Council, and it was great that Jen is here because they're trying to they are the hub in some of the wheels that are being created in Sacramento. Caltrans is critical to this. So really going cross agencies from the state, working with the locals. And I do believe that if we were to go together to Sacramento and talk about this problem and talk about what we need in terms of case studies, we can look around the world. There are some examples, but we are going to have to write some of those case studies here in the state of California, and those need to be funded because there are going to need to be different community responses. So we have to be able to develop that suite of options for moving communities towards resilience. And so I think that together, it's going to be that multiplicity of perspectives, which is going to really, I think, contribute to positive outcomes in this most challenging and, in some ways, fearful issue for a lot of people. I just want to say that it's also important for us in these conversations at the community and the state level to be as inclusive as possible, that we must reach out to underrepresented communities because their perspectives oftentimes are different and extremely important to be considered in terms of the development of our policies. And so knowing that it is precisely because of the importance and the value of people's homes, businesses, and our public infrastructure, it's why we must plan, because whether you call it managed retreat and all the other things that flow from it, to me, I tend to see it as a constellation of strategies, but managed retreat must be included because unmanaged retreat, as Surfrider said, and many studies have really shown, is way more expensive and way more traumatic to the communities when they must experience it. So I think this is a very positive start to our conversation. I'm so encouraged in terms of the comments that I'm hearing from folks, and I'm just hoping that we can really strengthen that working together on these issues. Thank you.
I just wanted to touch on something else that we talked about, again, as part of our agenda here, was the issue of takings. And I think because of the enormity of the magnitude of trying to adapt and to look at all the issues with respect to the takings, public trust doctrine, so forth, there's going to have to be, I think, a substantial legal effort here too. And I think certainly the cities and the counties need to embark on that effort. And also with the, your Coastal Commission legal folks too. I think it's critical that we avoid having litigation stalling what we're trying to do. So I think some legal assistance, and I think we need to work on that between the cities and the county group as to how we get that accomplished, because we don't have a big bank account for our coastal cities group. But I think we need to certainly do that to make sure we craft policies and get things accomplished without having the courts basically determine the outcome. So I think that effort's one of the more critical ones we have to address. I know the guidance and the so forth has an extensive discussion of that already. I would just add one other thing too with respect to I mentioned earlier about the issue of thresholds. If you have a certain level of sea level rise, then you do X. If you have additional sea level rise, you do Y. And I think if we base some of our guidance on the thresholds, I think that might insulate us more against litigation. If we say, well, the models say this is going to happen, that might be more difficult to defend. But if we use thresholds to look at what is happening along the way, I think that does help us get through this issue.
Yeah, this is, I think the points made by Surfrider, the points we've been hearing all along, the threshold, the avoidance of litigation. In my sort of pragmatic heart and soul, this comes down to, and the need for more case studies and more resources. This, to me, comes down to adaptation solutions that are win-win. We haven't really focused much on that in the discussion. It's either hardening of protection, hard protection, or managed retreat. And there are things in between that I think behooves us as public officials to really get behind getting the kind of funding for feasibility and implementation around soft shoreline solutions, natural shoreline solutions, dunes, and straightforward sand replenishment. This gives us a win on the beach, and it gives us a win on protecting critical infrastructure and private property as well. We really need to be focusing on the win-win areas here a hell of a lot more than on the extremes. And so I would like us going forward to really think about how do we approach together legislation, the state, et cetera, for the resources needed to do more feasibility work and more implementation work around these soft solutions to our shoreline challenges and to erosion. It's not going to be easy. Why? Because to get a majority, even in the League of California Cities, you got to have the inland cities going along with you. To get a majority in the assembly, you've got to have, you know, the state and people in the state seeing that their shoreline is really important to them, even if they only go to the beach once a year. This gets into the vacation rental issue and all that, of course, but you know, how they enjoy their time at the beach is not what I'm talking about. The fact is that our shoreline is a national as well as a state resource, and generates a tremendous amount of value, measurable in economic terms and in other terms, environmental terms, for all of us and the state. So one of the things we need to do going forward is looking at, you know, for each community in each area to try to do soft solutions. Think of it. You've got all the environmental issues you've got to study. You've got, you know, to look at, is it going to work? Are there any pilots? You've got to look at, how do we fund the sand or the dunes or the restoration project? Case by case, little shoreline by little shoreline. It's almost like the parcel by parcel approach, but maybe a little larger than that. We've really got to start looking at statewide solutions and resources that we can bring to bear on this, or we are going to be in this polarized either or, protect or retreat environment. We should be looking for the win-win. Thanks.
Well, I couldn't agree. I think that's it's a great synopsis of, I think, the problem as well as an approach to the resolutions. I mean, the specific things I've heard here today, which I've responded to personally, is this idea of thresholds in individual areas. We have certain maps, you know, that show where the sea level is supposed to be by, you know, 2020, 2100. I mean, that might be a starting point. Then, in talking about the more regional aspect, you know, each and every district could start making, I think, a list of their vulnerabilities. So some people are going to have vulnerabilities on their cliffs. Some people are going to have it on their lowlands. I mean, everybody's is going to be a little bit different, but all equally important. Once you have identified your vulnerabilities, I think it makes it a little easier, hopefully a little easier, to go to the state, to the legislature, wherever this funding is going to have to come from, to say, okay, here's where we have to target right now. And this comes back to the thresholds. Once we know where we stand within any given projected time, and it may not be. I mean, it may change overnight if we have a horrible storm or we have, you know, something that no one foresaw, like the tropical storm in New Orleans. So I think those things we've already identified in this conversation today are wonderful and shouldn't be just dropped. I think this is something we should do. And you mentioned working groups too, the local working groups, whether they engage our staff or our commissioners or our scientists or whatever it is to really take a harder look at some of these things. I think we should do that, you know, and actually schedule that in some way. Okay, maps. And I agree with Ed. I think soft solutions, that's actually a really nice phrase. It certainly sounds better than managed retreat. You know, soft solutions means we're looking at this as we go along. We're not waiting until the extremes. And this state, you know, learned the hard way about fires. You know, we are an extreme. And so now the legislature has got to come up with money, they've got to come up with plans, and they got to bail out utilities. So I think we have a great argument to get them started now, even if it's just incremental. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to build off what our fearless leader just said in terms of thinking about next steps and action items. And I've been so encouraged to hear that there's so many areas where we do agree when we're able to get in a room together. Couple of promising opportunities that I've heard is going to Sacramento together and to do the work ahead of time to identify what the resource needs are. What I've heard today is that there is agreement that, you know, we need to look at all of these different solutions, but that it's going to be costly. And I think if we can, moving forward, be clear about what we need in terms of resources. And to Councilmember Mesner's point, to also look around the world. The upcoming climate change conference of the party in Chile is known as the Blue or Oceans-focused Conference of the Party. So let's put together a state, local delegation to go share with the world what California is doing. I note that Commissioner Uranga is volunteering for service here. But, I mean, share what California is doing and also learn from the world. But I have a lot of hope with this new administration. We've always been a state that leads on climate change mitigation, and we can be a state, too, that leads the world on climate change adaptation going forward from today. So, thank you.
It occurs to me we're going to struggle with this until it becomes a political priority of this state to deal with it. And I was reflecting on sort of the core philosophy of the Coastal Act, which is to preserve the coast for all. Take that in the converse. If we have lived out 40-odd years of hard work at your dais and at the local jurisdictions to make good on that promise. Now we're going to be asking for the all to understand that the protection of the coast is important, that they're invested in it. And I think we're a ways from that just now. Yes, a couple of things. There's a whole lot of competing issues out there. Homelessness in this state, for one. And the worry about some coastal residents' seawall or some coastal residents or communities' harbor pales sometimes compared to that. And yet, we have to make this case, and we have to make the case that this is going to be a sustained effort over time. It's not going to be easy. I think we should not kid ourselves. We need to raise the visibility of this and make clear and make evident to people the consequences of not acting. That was, I guess, one of the things that struck me about just the photography of the LA Times was here's some consequences of not acting. And, you know, it's, I don't know, you look at large social change. You look at recycling, let's say. We don't really get into recycling until a generation has been raised around recycling and it becomes a way of life. You know, other social issues like diversity and inclusion are not going to change until we have a generational change. So this may take a generation, and we may or may not have a generation in all places, but it's that level of change that we take on. So our response to this, to me, has got to be to muster energy of a magnitude well beyond what the apparent immediate tomorrow level threat is. We're talking about threats decades and half centuries and centuries from now. So I like the idea of banding together. We need help. As I'm touching on something I said, we need help from Ocean Protection Council, Office of Planning and Research, Caltrans, which I think people will start to get to get that. You know, certainly State Parks, the State Lands Commission, all these entities. And so, you know, I think there's an important work group that comes out of this gathering between the commission itself and the local jurisdictions. But top of that agenda might well be to then decide how we engage more partners. And it may well be, I mean, you all at the commission and we at the jurisdiction are going to have to deal with the day-to-day of permits coming. But maybe it is in terms of formalizing things like guidance, maybe we wait just a minute until we see that we have people moving forward, because change is hard and it's going to invite conflict. My goal here in closing is to contain the conflict in this sense. At the local level, we have a lot of conflict in getting plans and projects together. I don't want to have another fight when the local jurisdiction comes before your commission. So let's combine that conflict somewhere. You know, let's work that out somewhere so that we only have to have one conflict. I'm just trying to be a realist about this.
I would just associate myself with a lot of what the prior speakers just said, perhaps with one exception, in that I think that it's even more imperative that we identify specific steps that can better integrate and better support collaboration around specific guidance, and provide more levels of detail around information for local governments and between them and the commission, and maybe identify some structure or some tools that can help facilitate that. Totally on board for trying to work together to identify resource allocation that can help go to both agencies up and down the state, jurisdictions that might help us better define a suite of options, but not just that. For example, around the retreat concept, or honorable retreat, or whatever we're going to call that from now on, or not, that might, something patriotic is always good. Freedom retreat or something, I like that. Retreat's not in our lexicon, right? That's not what we say. We're adapting for the future. That we do think about, perhaps, in that ask, a framework that's more specific, that includes threshold standards and triggers, phasing. And one thing I think we don't really think about are maybe looking at the legislative agenda and thinking about financial incentives for individual, the property takings question. I mean, how are we going to get people to start as individual property owners that might be situated to think about, what the heck do I, like, what are my options and why would I want to? And I don't know, there may be some frameworks around that. So I would just throw that out there as maybe some content, but I'm totally on board on that, for that collaboration. So thank you all very much.
Well, just building on the speakers here, I think it would be really helpful to have a working group that was made up of local government officials and members of this commission to talk about all the things that were just mentioned, right? The legislative efforts, the resource allocation, developing clear thresholds, figuring out those phasing. I think there's a lot of interest on the local government side to be engaged with commissioners about this, and I think there's a lot of power with the commissioners and local government going to Sacramento. So I just think that should be one of the things we take away from this.
I was just going to mention, to your point, Steve, there is a program already around financial incentives. It's run by FEMA, and it's focused on flooding. But what they did was they will actually fund somebody to leave their house, which will then be reclaimed by nature. They will pay to have it torn down. They give you the money for a new home in a safe area that will not flood, and it's been slowly gaining acceptance. This is on primarily the East Coast where they use it, but I was struck by something that I thought was super important. Maybe some people wouldn't, but one of the women, older single woman, she said, "I used to hate and get anxious every time it would rain, and I would stand by my window and just be a wreck. And now, when it rains in my new home, I just enjoy the sound of the rain, and I enjoy the sound of the thunder. It's changed my whole life," because she had been through a series of floods. And this program absolutely could be adapted here and perhaps structured in a way that it could become a program funded by the state to assist some of the locals in terms of priority areas. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I wanted to address the takings issue, which I think is an enormous issue. And to me, there's not enough real solid law on it. You know, we're all going about 3 or 4 cases that are pretty darn old. I think takings is going to become a new area of law as we have all of these crises across the nation. You know, like in New Jersey, I think it was New Jersey you're talking about. You know, yeah, it's a program now and people accept it. Obviously, their real estate doesn't cost what some of our real estate costs now. But I think we have to start looking into what might start thinking of as reverse takings. That some of these properties, in wanting to protect their homes of great value, are actually taking from the state, taking from the public. And I think that's a concept that we might start talking to the legislators about, so that when they start thinking about it, it's not just about us taking private property, it's private interfering with or taking public property.
Just briefly, too, I think the recent Supreme Court decision that allows a plaintiff to go almost short-circuit state court, go straight to federal courts, at least has me very worried. So I think I want to make sure we do whatever we can to avoid litigation.
A lot of alignment on what is a very difficult issue. Rather than trying to summarize goals, and you've all summarized perhaps better than I can, but just by way of closing the conversation, strong interest in case studies, relevant California-specific case studies, information, data that help make the case, thinking about messaging that is acceptable and doesn't stop the conversation before it starts, examining the legal sideboards, if that's the right use of that term, including on takings and some other, but some legal fact-finding needed. A whole cluster of issues around prioritization, vulnerability assessment, thresholds, phasing, strong appeals to consider underrepresented populations, low-income populations, and those that are threatened and don't have a great voice on some of these issues. Considering the trade-offs and doing some exploration, perhaps even seeking state or legislative guidance on where there is conflict or where there is trade-offs versus public and private, such as protecting private land versus public beaches. Examining funding sources that can be shared for these issues, both for adaptation planning and adaptation implementation, and a mechanical or a next step suggestion that I think enjoys some support, which is putting a working group together that includes local government representatives as well as commission members to work on some of these issues, certainly to go seek some funding and make the case in Sacramento, but also go forward on some of these legislative resources, threshold, phasing, messaging, case studies. Anything I missed that you'd like to summarize or include in there? It's now time for a break, and the next phases of our agenda are break, and then LCPs, and then coming back to say, okay, now what and when. So that's where we are. Thank you for good discussion so far. We'll see you in at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
Awesome. Great job of facilitating.
Thank you.
The reason I had a surprised look on my face. That's why it was.
All right. I'm going to start with just a logistical issue. Before we begin the discussion on LCPs, if you've heard the electronic buzzing coming through the speakers, that is most likely phones that are near microphones, even microphones that are off. It also could be computers, and I don't know, there's probably less to be done about that. But if you're not using your phone, pocket, under the table, a little further from the mic would probably help. It's a little annoying in the room. What I hear is on the recording end, it's actually quite strong. So anybody in remotely is getting lots of electronic love. I hope this is okay to say, I heard side conversations in the back with an interest of being concise and direct on this LCP discussion so that we can move to the planning of next steps. Did I hear that correctly? Great. So I'm going to introduce Mayor Wege, and we'll go from there. Please.
Thank you. I think this should go rather smoothly. I think what we did when we were going through the issue of LCP update was to see if there's some additional things we could work out with the commission to make sure that we can get through the process in a pretty good fashion. And I certainly want to thank also the effort made thus far to move these along. I know it's a commitment that commission and staff has made, and you've been following through on that. So I think if we just touch on a couple of things. One was development of agreed upon best practices. Another was making sure we have solid relationships between the local agency and the commission staff so that if a commitment's made that we know it's going to be a continue, and we don't have one person say, yes, you can do this, and so someone else say not. And these are kind of administrative things that are easy to work out. Also, a level of predictability as to what your staff might challenge and what you might have some issues with. I think that's something we've talked about previously already, that you try to see what you can agree upon and move on from there, and then look at the areas of disagreement. And I think the final thing was the issue of guidance. I think we need to understand, I know you use the term guidance, guidelines. I think if we understand whether guidelines is this the way you got to do it, or these are suggested ways to achieve the objective. And I think it's hard to define that further, perhaps, but I think at least we want to hear what you think it means as far as how we're going to use the guidance and so forth. And those are the points I wanted to make.
I'll add very quickly the third sub-bullet, which is something we've talked about before, Jack and others, and that's reducing the duplication inherent in the individual grant-making process to localities for LCP development. They take the grant, they typically put an RFP out, hire a consulting team. The consulting team does locally related research, drawing on more broad sea level rise guidelines, et cetera, and come up with a risk assessment or adaptation strategy or LCP update, what have you. What's missing was alluded to earlier when someone made the comment that they can't find certified LCPs very easily. Well, that should be a relatively easy fix, so that our consultants ought to be able to pull up LCPs, and they ought to be able to word search or phrase search for certain issues. For example, if someone's dealing with habitat protection as an LCP issue, well, of course, there's thousands of habitats, but they can then at least narrow it down and start looking for similar circumstances. If going even beyond that, the searchability of an LCP database is the underlying studies and research on the core topics. That has to be duplicated every time, practically by every consultant. And that's why there's only a handful of consultants, because there's only a handful of people with expertise. And they all know each other, and that's your hope, that they'll talk to each other so that you can reduce the time, the hourly rate of your limited grant spent on duplicated research, okay? This should be a win-win for both the jurisdictions and the commission, which wants to see high-quality LCPs that don't have to duplicate, or if they do, it's cite cite the source and put it in there as an annex or whatever. And then concentrate on the really tough local issues. Have the expertise and the community concentrate on those issues as opposed to duplicating research and analysis that may have been done somewhere else in very similar circumstances, or at least being able to adapt it quickly. So the suggestion here is for some sort of a clearinghouse that the whole LCP file, and including the research underlying it, could be more accessible, not just the final LCP itself, and that each community undertaking a new LCP wouldn't have to start from scratch necessarily, and they'd be empowered themselves rather than depending on the commission to do that research on what's gone before, how have certain problems been resolved, what has the commission approved, what has it rejected. Being able to easily access that, I think, will shorten the term of development, make it more efficient, and the outcomes more approvable by the commission.
Thank you, sir. One of the topics we've taken up at every one of these workshops since 2009 has been scope creep in LCP amendments. That is, we go in for an LCP amendment, and all of a sudden we're being asked to look at a much wider range of issues to modify within the LCP. I think it's gotten a lot better in the time that we've been meeting. But it occurs to me that as we take on some of these very challenging and in themselves complicated issues of sea level rise, I think we need to see what we can do to focus our efforts so that we don't get hung up in too broad an amendment process. So again, it's an ongoing conversation that local jurisdictions have had with commission and commission staff. And I think we need to keep it forefront as we talk about taking on these more challenging issues.
So one of the concerns that I've heard up and down the 3 different counties that I've been working with is the decisions being made and worked with the staff, and the staff approves or at least acknowledges we're in a good direction, and then the LPC is in process, and then suddenly city staff receives someone at their desks complaining that the Coastal Commission staff, not you, not the commissioners, but sent a letter to them that's in direct conflict with the LCP or other aspects of that. And so that's something I've heard over and over again. That's a problem. And do you know if, and I don't know if that's just the commissioners, if there's confusion around this, what the staff's understanding is, but that's something that all 3 counties, there's been some concerns about.
And maybe I'm not understanding exactly what the issue was again. Could you restate that, please?
So when there's decisions that are made and the LCP is in place, there's the discussions have been had, all the T's have been dotted and the I's have been, the T's have crossed and the I's dotted. And then a couple months later, the commission staff, the Coastal Commission staff, sends a letter to, let's say, a business person on the coast that's in direct conflict with the LCP and what's happening. And I don't know, we were told not to give specific, super specific, but just that kind of conflict can be super frustrating, particularly if the city doesn't know about it right? And then they're getting constituents coming in complaining that the Coastal Commission staff has now approached them. It just becomes very, very convoluted, and creates a lot of frustration.
Yeah, and I don't know these examples. I'm not aware of that, but we could talk offline and get some examples and figure that out, because that's not acceptable, obviously. And that's why it's so important that we're having these regular ongoing coordination meetings with our local government partners to make sure things like that are not happening, and we're agreeing on the if there's any dispute as to what the meaning of the LCP is. I'm hoping that our LCP policies are so clear that everyone understands them and we all are on the same page. So, yeah.
Just on the the next generation of LCPs, as we look at sea level rise, our staff enjoys working with our local staff, but we're asking them to do a lot and taking a look at a whole new area of work. And so, to the extent that they're not to be too heavy of a hand, I mean, say, here are some things we like, here are some things we would suggest some changes, but being open to those new strategies will be really helpful, because by the time it gets to you, we have very little time to make cases. And but if we're really going to do things differently, and we see this as a new era, it's a new era for the staff as well in terms of evaluating these proposals. So I take Jack at his word that its guidance isn't meant to be completely prescriptive. It was supposed to be helpful. And so I'm worried about what's going to happen in that next iteration, and to the extent that you can all telegraph to them that you're interested in hearing different things, it would be helpful for us who are out there doing it.
Our staff has been working with the Coastal Commission staff on our LCP update, and it's been a very productive back and forth, and it's a really good thing. One of the things that has concerned some of our staff members is that we've submitted draft chapters of our upcoming LCP, and the Coastal Commission has told us that they are vulnerable to Public Record Act requests, which kind of doesn't help the candid conversation. So it'd be nice to get some clarification there as to whether or not draft documents that are submitted just for approval or discussion are really discoverable. It would be nice if they weren't.
That would be nice. Just in response to the mayor's question, because this is coming up quite often now in this era of Public Records Act requests, we are being overwhelmed. And I'm sure you all are at every turn with that. But we could make the case that they're draft working documents that aren't discoverable. But the fact of the matter is that we're challenged on those sometimes, and we find out they are discoverable. So we're trying to err on the side of caution as it comes to draft working documents. And that's why we like to have, sort of the side-by-side, conversations working together. We can certainly exchange draft comments and things, and we should be doing that. We just have to be all aware that those can become public documents, and it's just we're all vulnerable for that. Yeah. Oh, I got a whole bunch.
Well, as one of those city staff members that works quite closely with coastal staff, I think we've hit on a lot of the challenges here. I know the challenge for the director is with multiple offices and having different people look at different interpretations of what these guidelines are. One of the things we look at is what happened at other cities, because I know cities are notorious for never writing anything new. We're always going to look for something and try to improve it. So we look at what happened in city X, and we say it worked for them, it should work for us. And then we, being a fairly recently adopted document, that say we go with that mindset and things change. So the more that the Coastal Commission can give clear guidance that can trickle down all the way to the lower level staff, the better it is. I know consistency is, as the director said, is the hobgoblin of small minds, but I know my city council doesn't like surprises, and as we work closely with the coastal staff through the whole process, the less of those surprises, let's call them, the better. And I think, especially after we've gone through and dealt with the public and gone, basically got all of their input, incorporated that, the more predictability as we go forward, I think the better. And that also goes to some of the items previously discussed about the boilerplate, or those items that are canon that can just be plugged in. You don't have to deal with it. You really get and deal with those difficult issues, the sea level rise, the vulnerability, where the rubber really hits the road. I think those are the challenges, and we look forward to continue to work with coastal staff, and hopefully we can get some clear guidance in a very difficult time at this point.
3 in the queue. I'll check for more. Then let's see if we can move to move to identifying next steps and possibly even adjourning early. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, just briefly, another item we touched on earlier is resources. I think we are willing to go to Sacramento to help you folks get the resources you need. I think that may be another working group. I'm not sure yet, but at least I think if we can get the resources, we can get the service we need, and also, of course, the grant program to help us fund all of these.
Yes, I had a clarifying question I might pose to Supervisor Gibson around the initial comments that you made regarding, you submit an LCP amendment and then you come back with stuff that's outside of the scope of the LCP amendment. I just wanted to speak to that because, I think we've come a long way in our, intergovernmental kind of conversations and relationships. But I have heard an expression from some local governments where they feel like there's kind of like this gotcha approach, right? And I don't think that that's intended by our staff, but sometimes there's a perception that that is happening. And I guess maybe I wanted to have you kind of flesh that out a little bit more, because I think it goes to this critical trust building relationship piece. And then maybe also to hear from Jack about what are those instances where something could come up that may not have been originally anticipated that could be perceived as like a gotcha kind of moment, but are kind of in the normal course, just to kind of put that out so that we are working on a more collaborative kind of tone.
So if you don't mind, a quick example. We went countywide with a major update to our grading ordinance that actually made it more restrictive in terms of the level of permit one needed to do a certain amount of dirt moving. And we tried to make it consistent through the county. We have our inland areas and our coastal zone. So we got that done after a considerable, and this, I should preface this by saying this was some years ago. This was probably 8 or more years ago. We went through all the public outreach, the conversation with the ag community, all of that. When we took the coastal version of that into the LCP and for consistency judgment, conversations with staff led to the concept that in addition to that, we were going to need to put together a system that would require a CDP for some basic agricultural practices like preparing a field. Things that were well outside the expectation there. That you can have a variety of responses to that request. As a former farmer, that was too much. But whatever I thought of it, we had not had that conversation with our ag community as to that. And so our LCP went forward for certification, and with that as a suggested modification, our Board of Supervisors chose not to update the LCP. So ironically, now we have more stringent grading in the inland parts of our county than we do at the coast.
I think if I may just interject one piece, and that is kind of just to further kind of explain what I mean by kind of a gotcha moment. It's this perception that the goalpost is like moving, and there's not a sense of consistency. And I think because these issues are so complex, there may be an outside perception of that, but I don't think that that's the intention of the staff. And I think that by laying out some more delineated kind of paths forward, we'll avoid that misperception.
Right. And I will say, staff at the time brought this forward with all, I think, pure intention of coastal resource protection. But it wasn't the scope of the LCP amendment that we had envisioned at the local level. So my concern being adaptation to sea level rise is going to spread out into a number of resource protection issues. And an agreement between the local jurisdiction and the commission early on as to the scope of that would be extremely helpful, so that we don't end up in the certification process with irresolvable arguments at a wider scope.
Yes, thank you, Caitlin. We've been working on our LCP grants now for some years, and we have 37 grants out, or 50 grants out to 37 jurisdictions of our 76 jurisdictions. So I've had the opportunity to observe a lot, some areas where we could improve and where there's problems. One of the issues that we're just having right now is just a capacity issue. We're just spread too thin. As you can imagine, as we get more and more grants on top of all the work that we're doing, we're getting more and more thin, and we can't keep up. And sometimes I feel like I'm stuck in mud. We can't move forward and provide the services that we really need to provide our local government partners. And it's really critical that as we go through this process and working through this, it takes development of policy and ordinance language takes a lot of side-by-side work. I mean, across the table or over email. But it's a lot of this back and forth, and it's this refinement and this dance that's going back and forth along the way. And sometimes what happens, there's different scenarios that are going on here. One is that staff can get balled up in a problem area, and there's no path, there's no procedure for elevation. They don't, the local government feels like they can't elevate it up. And we need clear elevation for conflict resolution up to management. Sometimes by the time it gets to me, it's like right before the hearing, and I'm running around trying to, figure out how to fix it, And the other thing is, this has been a real problem across the board, is early review from our attorneys on both sides, both the staff attorneys and county council or city attorney staff, because they're spread so thin. They can't be in, we just don't have enough attorneys to be in there on the early review process. And so it's really backed us up, and it has created a lot of problem. The other thing is, I think is critically important, is that I think the local electeds need to be involved in some of that early planning and development of it, either through a subcommittee. So there's a connection there, because sometimes staff is working long and the local electeds don't know what the devil's going on. Yep. And to make sure it's really that we're on board with that. The other thing is, we have been working to Ed's point about having sort of this clearinghouse of information, and I've worked really hard to develop a much more robust statewide planning unit to do just those things. Again, it's a capacity issue of trying to get us, and we want to develop this online, easily accessible online tools, information, guidance for local government partners. And Madeline's in charge of doing that, and
what's she doing? What's she doing here?
So if there's any complaints, you can talk to her. So we're really trying hard on that, and you would think that just getting a digital LCP that's easily accessible would be an easy thing, and it is when you have a new LCP that comes in. But a lot of these old LCPs have been developed over 30 years with multiple amendments. They're in paper form. that are bundled together. And so we have a federal project where we're trying to digitize all that and put it in a digital form. And and that takes an incredible amount of work because you got to go through those and amendments and everything, make sure everything is in order, make sure it's all up to date. And you would think it'd be easy, but it really isn't. So some of the other things is that it's just good relationship building is so important. Of all the things that lead to success is having a good relationship, a trust relationship. And that's why I've been trying to go around and meet with every one of our local government partners and the planning directors or city managers, because it's important to be able to have someone who can pick up the phone and call me and say, I got a problem here, let's fix it and let's problem solve it. And that is one of the keys to making this whole thing successful. The other thing is I think staff needs to be engaged in the local workshops as these adaptation plans and LCPs are being developed. Because I think what happened all the way up through Planning Commission and Council, because we should be there to help answer questions. When we're not there, I think we get, that we're easy to say, well, it's those guys over there that causing the trouble, and we would like to be there to help explain the intent behind some of our efforts and what we're trying to achieve. In Santa Barbara County, for example, one of my deputy directors spent 4 hours on the Gaviota Coast Plan with a subcommittee of the board, where they walked through all the issues, and he was able to explain the intent. And at the end of it, it was successful. And I thought that was a good model. But the thing is, it comes back to this capacity issue for staff. And as we keep trying to get additional staffing, and it's been very difficult. So the more help we can get to lobby for additional staffing. And quite frankly, look, I'm about good, efficient government. I don't want to create a big, bloated bureaucracy, because the beauty of our agency is we're small, we're nimble, we can do things quickly, and we can turn on a dime and what have you. So with that, I don't want to go on too long. Sorry.
I wanted to double down on what Supervisor Gibson was talking about, having different standards across the area. We have that in Santa Barbara. It's a tale of two cities. We have part of our city which is very well governed and we're updating our code constantly. Then there's the coastal zone where we have to wait every decade or so. But I do want to also echo what Mayor Rohrbach said, that we've had an amazing experience with the Coastal Commission staff in our LCP update process, and it's gone a lot faster than we expected, and it's been a joy to work with staff. But just given the framework that you and we are saddled with, that is what I think is stifling innovation in a state that's known for innovation. So if there's some way, and you're probably working on plans, but if we could have things where there's boilerplate language, where once one community adopts language, you can throw it out to the other 60 cities and say, you guys can adopt this as is if you want to. Regarding the grants, when more than half of the jurisdictions are getting grants, maybe it's time to change it from a grant program to everyone just gets money for the consultant. I know we're privileged to have Assembly Member Bernard Horvath here with the sea level rise. She chairs the commission, so maybe it's something that she can look at. The other structural problem is there's just not enough planners statewide. Every city, every county, your agency, I'm sure, is having trouble finding people. So maybe that's an area where our state universities and colleges can create more planning departments. We can encourage private universities as well to add in more curriculums and more departments to deal with this challenge, because I think that's really what is throttling the developments that we all want to see here today. So it's going to require some structural change like that to move forward.
Good amount of alignment on what the key issues are for additional coordination. Desire for a repository or a clearinghouse, and some of that it's underway, and then the ability to digitize some of these. Desire for additional resources and trying to figure out the best expenditure of that resources, whether it's staff, whether it's funneling to consultants and experts that can help expedite, but anyway, resources. The need for a conflict resolution and elevation process when things get stuck, maybe identifying certain types of when does it get stuck and what kind of elevation process is needed for that. early attorney review on both sides. Increased communication, and under that communication and relationship is that larger relationship banner, knowing your counterparts on each side, from the commission to the local agencies and all of the planning departments, knowing each other and establishing your own communication protocols is that informal piece that actually adds a great deal to efficiency and expediency. Identifying best practices, sending commission staff to local workshops to see what's going on in the planning processes, and more. My summaries get worse as the day goes on. Good discussion on LCPs. Those were some of the key issues. Please let me open the floor to see if anybody wants to add or amend or tell me the ball that I dropped. And if not, I'd like to propose a couple of questions for next steps and see what we can do for planning. Please, Jack.
I just forgot one thing, and it is probably one of the most important things, is to make sure that we are working up front before the LCP goes to decision makers. We need to be able to reduce the number of areas of disagreement before it goes to the decision makers. Once it goes to the decision makers, it's locked in. We have to come in there with suggested modifications, and it could be friendly modifications, but there's maybe many, and the perception is we're coming in and rewriting the whole thing. So it's critical that before it gets to decision makers, we've reduced down the number of areas of disagreement.
I don't want to get branded as the guy who wants to manipulate language, but I wonder if suggested modifications is another phrase that might be ripe for some kind of modification. Let me suggest a modification to that phrase. Because it's pretty clear when the commission passes, we like your LCP and here are suggested modifications. That LCP is not going to make it through your commission unless we make those modifications. So they're something more than suggested. And I think that may even subconsciously breed a little bit of friction. We should, if you want to detail to your commission, another approach might be for you to detail to your commission your staff's findings of inadequacy, that inconsistency with the Coastal Act, and the commission can then vote to not certify this, and here's the record for why, and put it back on us. But to have suggested modifications that aren't exactly just suggestions, maybe there's a different way.
That's sort of out of our statutes, but on the other hand, I understand your point. And it's up to the local governments to accept or reject those suggested modifications. So I got to call it modifications with honor. I don't know. No, the other thing is with process too. On some of these big LCP submittals or new LCPs, I think it's important that we back out the process too. That we give the commission some time to consider and maybe even have a preliminary recommendation where we go to the commission where they can provide us feedback on it. Because usually what happens is we bring it to the commission for their action, and they feel stuck sometimes. We get balled up, they have to continue it. But maybe have a two-step process rather than a one-step process to have a preliminary recommendation.
I second that. We have done that in a couple instances, and it's been very successful.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, it's the areas where there is a conflict. And so, staff will tell us their issue, and the city or county will tell us their issue, and we can just deal with that instead of having to deal with the whole LCP, and all this is great, but this isn't so hot. So I think that would be a wonderful procedure to just put in place whenever there's any kind of, rough spots.
I'd like to just make a comment at risk of, risk. Partly what we're here to talk about and what we've thrown out from the very beginning is we're all in this together, and we understand and know the role of the commission in implementing the Coastal Act. We've talked earlier about the gray areas in the Coastal Act, which are aplenty, and the opportunity for the exercise of discretion around those gray areas that fits very closely within the one-size-doesn't-fit-all that we know is the case in California with so many different conditions across a whole wide range of issues where there's differences. I'm actually suggesting that we try to create I said in the beginning, along the scale of 1 to 100, we'd like to move the needle a little bit more towards giving a little bit more deference to the localities where there's confidence that everybody's working in good faith and have really grappled with the issues and with the spirit of the Coastal Act, that maybe we can reduce some of these areas of so-called conflict, and you can go to the commission. We can go to the commission saying, "Look, we had some issues with this, but we think that the locality is on the right track." Instead of, "No, we're going to fight this to the bone." There may be some issues that have to be fought to the bone. There may be some really fundamental, but this is the challenge for the staff of both sides: is this really something we need to fight to the bone on, or is this something that will work out in time? And I really would like to see more trust that the latter is the case, so that we can take this forward and with less conflict and a sense that we are really partners.
And just a response to that, Caitlin, it's really difficult both for our local government staff and our staffs to kind of be really creative and go outside the box, because they're in these lanes, and we have these guidelines, and we have and so it's very difficult for them to go outside of that in many cases. They don't feel comfortable making these calls, and that's why it's really important that our upper managers are there to help them through those tough times. It's a lot, that's why I'm talking about things get balled up, and sometimes it takes me to come in and actually make decisions on what to compromise on and what's the give and take. They're not in the position or not comfortable doing that. So that's why I'm talking about this elevation process. So it's really incredibly important. As I've said over and over again, the legislature and the governor have put lots of resources into our LCP program. And we have to be successful, and failure is not an option. So what does that mean? That means we're going to have to compromise on some things, not compromise our values or the law, but there are going to be some times when we're going to have to compromise, and that's where it's really important to bring this across the line, as Bruce and I have said before. Let's not let perfection be the enemy of the good in the longer term. And so, but that's really difficult for our line staff to make some of those compromises, because they shouldn't be making some of those compromises, quite frankly. But it's also just our management structure. I also have a lack of executive staff and managers to help me, and I'm running around the state I feel like the guy with the fingers in the dike stopping the flood sometimes. So anyhow.
Britt, and with all respect to what you've just said now, and I think that, and I've run fairly large staffs before, not probably as large as this, maybe, I don't know. But the idea of working with staff and staff development and taking some of the outcomes from here, some of the spirit of this conversation today, and figuring and in your own parlance and approach, and getting that filtered to the staff, so that everybody focuses on the big problems, as opposed to not sweating the small stuff. It's a lot of the stuff that comes up is probably not going to be looked upon historically 30 years from now as being a big deal. but there are some big deal things that we need to be in accord on. And being able to make those calls at as low a level as you can be comfortable with, and the commissioners can be comfortable with, is, I think, really what we need to do to really get the most out of the idea of this and the spirit of this exercise.
Yesterday, when we were discussing the Pacific Grove LCP, in this staff report, it jumped out at me a comment or a sentence. It says, as with most LCPs following certification, there may well be refinements to policies needed based on application of them, and staff fully intends to be a willing partner in that adaptive process, including LCP amendments designed to further refine LCP provisions in the future. So I read that and I thought, well, that sounds very reassuring. If you have confidence that that can actually happen in a fairly expedited and fashion. And I think what maybe a lot of local government is dealing with is historically an experience in which a lot of work goes into a new LCP, an LCP amendment, or many amendments, in good faith, only to get to the finish line and have it crash over, some, one or two conflicts or, disagreements. And so I'm hearing, Jack, and I'm taking it at face value, and I'm getting that from conversations I've had with staff and other folks over the last few days, that the Coastal Commission, the commission staff, and you have really, in your leadership role, really trying to turn the corner on that, and this building relationships and putting a lot more time into communication and working together on things. But going back to that phrase I just read, how do you see that being applied going forward? What might that look like so that local government, when they come forward with their application, it comes before the commission, doesn't have to be deathly afraid of it being turned down and then having to start a process all over again without some assurance of remedy if it's not quite perfect yet?
Yeah, and I think some of that is just getting past that past baggage in the past and moving forward to a new era. And we've done this with, I think of the Santa Monica Mountains LCP, for example, where we had some things that aren't working, and we're like, what, and we're working on LCP amendments to refine it, and we're not going to get it all right, particularly on a brand new big LCP. I mean, there's going to be some places where things just didn't work as planned or as intended. We have to have the flexibility to be able to go in there quickly and modify those. And we've been pretty successful, and I think the commission can attest to this, is that we've been much better at being able to move things around more quickly, resolve things, have fewer suggested modifications as we have in the past. And it's just going to take some building of trust over time.
I think there are at least 3 questions in terms of asking for next steps. I'm sure that there are more, but I think that there are at least 3 questions regarding identifying next steps. And I think they're also probably out of order as I list them here. One is determining when the next local government workshop is. That might be the last question. Next question is, I hear some inclination or some desire for or support for establishing a working group or groups. So one of the questions is, how many groups? Is it one for each of the 3 topics we've identified today? Is it one group that then has subsections or multiple tasks? And then another question is, if we are identifying working groups, either identifying initial membership, or if that's too high bar to get over today, chairs, identifying initial chairs that can then be responsible for organizing those working groups, convening them, scheduling them. Again, I'll repeat, and there's some overlap between them. Going backward, not going backwards, going out of order. Working groups, is that a good idea? And if so, how many, and what is their focus? If we do identify those, are we identifying their initial membership now, or can we at least identify point people, chairs, to be shepherds, champions to help bring that together. And lastly, when should the next local government workshop be? That's from me. I don't know if those are the right questions, but I want to offer those as seeds for this next discussion of next steps. Who's it? I'm in too.
Yeah, I'd like to take a trip to the Netherlands to explore their adaptation policies. I think we need to take a look at some of these short-term coordination efforts and some longer-term things. We have to manage expectations because we just simply don't have the capacity to deal with a lot of this and really focus in. We do have some capacity at our staff level, and we're working with a statewide sea level rise leadership team on issues. I think what would be helpful is, and I think have a subcommittee of the commission with some members of either CSAC and the league come together and with staff to explore some of the ideas we've explored here with regard to improving processes around how we're going to deal with sea level rise, adaptation strategies going forward. I would also like to pull into that group some of our state partners, OPC, Conservancy, and state lands, to have that conversation and flush out some of these ideas. I think that would be a wise way to go. We can't have more than 2 commissioners on a subcommittee, then we run into Open Meeting Act issues, and we have to have it open to all the public. And then have a check-in, maybe, well, Madeline's I'm going to assign this to her. So 6 months down the line, and to check in to see how some of this has flushed out going forward. And then making some commitments on continuing to develop guidance and this clearinghouse idea. We're already working on some of these things, and so I think that's important. I think through our legislative subcommittee, we could also have some coordination with CSAC and the league on our legislative efforts, either funding-wise or are there areas of legislation that can help us advance some of our efforts forward. Those are just a couple of things off the top of my head.
As one of the 2 members of the subcommittee, legislative subcommittee, I think Donna Brownsy and myself would be very open to figuring out a way with members of this group or whoever you designate to try to get strategies to go to the government, to Sacramento. I think in terms, for me, just the suggestion that comes to mind in terms of the more local, if we're considering more local working groups, the district offices have their directors, but also we have commissioners who are elected officials who have not only their own districts, but some real depth of knowledge. I mean, Carol has done so much work in her area, and they've been very successful. And I think Carol should be involved to the extent you want to be. And perhaps some of those kind of working groups, because she's already done it. So she's had the experience of, dealing with our staff and dealing with her staff. That would just be my suggestion.
Please.
Whenever appropriate. Let me generally endorse what Jack had to say. I mean, my initial reaction was, yeah, let's get working groups here, and we'll find 2 commissioners for each of 3 working groups, and supervisors and councilmen. And then I realized I remember I've been listening to Jack, and I understand the burden on staff for doing that sort of thing. As I look at what we've talked about today, it's very clear that sea level rise is the top priority here. It's the most consequential, and we're also working within a framework that's somewhat developed already. And so I would certainly volunteer myself. I'm what I call the senior chair of the Coastal Counties Regional Association, to be a prime representative, and we might bring other supervisors in. Ed has his equivalent role within the cities, with the commissioners named here, Brownsie and Madam Chair. And I think, to my mind, the first goal is exactly that, to get with the group that's been working at the state level to take this to the next level in terms of visibility, in terms of elevating the consequence of this into the state level conversation. Short-term rentals, they're there. I think we've had a good discussion. We're going to be, working on that. And then the third topic of LCP process has been ongoing. And I think, again, we've had a good discussion here and have mechanisms in place for dealing with that. So focusing on sea level rise would be a great idea.
I would, I'd agree with the focus on sea level rise. I think that's the California issue, the California coastal issue going forward. I think that we will work through the vacation rental issue. We've already, I thought, had a good discussion on that offers some suggestions for further consideration. But where the real work is on sea level rise, and I would certainly be willing to work on that subgroup. I have the rest of this year as chair of our leadership committee and coastal cities. I don't know what's in store for next year. I'll certainly be in office as a council member for the next 3.5 years unless I'm impeached. And I also have a very close working relationship with Tasha Berner Horvath, who's the chair of this new Sea Level Rise committee. So I think we can get something done.
And, sorry.
Just quickly, what I was going to mention was that from a timing perspective, this is actually kind of perfect timing, because if we want to bring something to the legislature in 2020, this gives us enough time to perhaps have a couple meetings, agree to an approach to a strategy, and then run it through the respective organizations, so through the league, through CSAC, bring it back to the commission, bring it back to the state partnership, and then be ready to present it to the governor's office and to the legislature. And if we can get sign off, then it'll just be working the bill or working the budget item. So this is great timing on this issue, and like Dana, I would be very happy to serve in that capacity.
Actually, Supervisor Gibson stole my thunder, because I was going to mention the fact that we have two leaders here in their own subgroups, or caucuses, if you will, that are dealing exactly with this issue. But the third thing that I was going to ask is, or maybe suggest, is that I know that the League of Cities is having their annual conference in Long Beach coming up in October. Of course, I invite everybody to be there, show you a good time. Right? Yeah. We need the money, bring your revenue, bring your checkbook.
You got nice beaches?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what they call it, Long Beach. Also, encouraging staff or Jack to make people available, because we have our group here, but I think that at a conference or at a sub-meeting, committee meeting like the caucus, have staff show up and talk about sea level rise or whatever is the issue du jour.
I think that's a fabulous suggestion, and I don't think that meeting coincides with, for the first time in years, with a commission meeting, so it'd be wonderful to have Jack there if you can make it.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to make it. We've been trying to attend these as much as we can. We've been out, and that's why I've developed, and I've really tried hard to develop a statewide planning unit and a sea level rise team who can do these sorts of things and get out there. Just one other, couple of other great initiatives that we're working on is one, we're working with OPC to do some regional workshops and meetings around sea level rise and sea level rise adaptation, which will help us, I think, help engage stakeholders and the public in soliciting ideas up and down the state. So the Ocean Protection Council is going to be sponsoring these, and we're going to be with them on that. The other thing is that we are working on this larger, and I think the league and CSAC would be critical in helping to organize those and moving forward. The other one is our public education and outreach campaign, which is we've hired we're working with the OPC. They have a consultant on board, who's a PR. I don't want to say PR or consultant, but hotshot firm who's going to help us send out simple messaging on it, and it would really be helpful to have the local government input on some of that and consult on that. And because we also have a more focused contract where we want to target specific areas of the state where we have LCPs going on, so we could have, through different media platforms, information going out to help with, craft the narrative rather than have more of a negative narrative, turn it into a positive about sea level rise science, sea level rise adaptation, and what the intent of all of our agencies are in helping our local governments.
So, question, has there been, I guess Tasha has left, but, so that would have been more a question for her, but has there been a legislative briefing yet organized around this select committee?
I have been involved, just the environmental caucus. I gave a presentation there, and we did do my counterpart at Bay Conservation Development Commission, I gave one for the Assembly subcommittee. But my understanding is Tasha's going to have her committee on sea level rise, which will be going up and down the state, a special subcommittee up and down the state, which will be very helpful, and I'm sure we're going to be part of that effort, along with the other agencies and probably local governments, of course.
Okay.
I like the idea of this working group as it's laid out. I wonder whether we should include, we have OPC in there and the commission, since we might be talking about policy or funding, should we have someone from Secretary Crowfoot's office in there with natural resources?
The OPC was really under Secretary Crowfoot and works directly with him. But I mean, our leadership group includes the Coastal Conservancy, state lands. We've been working with OPR and we're moving to another direction, trying to meld hazard mitigation plans with LCPs through FEMA and OES. Those are making those partnerships so we can bring in funding, pre-hazard mitigation funding into the actual LCP and planning going forward on that for adaptation projects.
And CSAC is standing up a major advocacy effort around resiliency in general. So we're ready to move forward on that.
I'm just going to comment. I'm willing to put my time into with Ed. You could have two Eds there. It's probably one too many, but it's easier than you can't get us mixed up. Ed 1 and Ed 2.
I had an opportunity to speak briefly with Jen Eckley of OPR, and she did mention that she would be available to participate in this process. So we all assume that, so that's great.
OPC.
Yes, a working group on
OPC, sorry.
Yes, a working group
Too
on
many
sea level
acronyms.
rise. We've identified initial commissioners to plug in on that. We've identified partners who are already willing and engaged to be a part of that discussion. Recognizing that there will be ongoing communication and work on both the LPC process, staff relationships, staff communication, and on short-term rentals, that those will be ongoing, but that the focus coming out of this meeting in terms of an additional body or an additional organization will be a small working group on sea level rise. Good day of work. May I please, yes, please. You said it.
Jack, talk about coming back in 6 months to get some update and then maybe a workshop in a year.
I was thinking of a report back to the commission, and we could have representatives, from Bruce and Ed could be there and explain what our efforts to date have been. Maybe that's 6 months out. It doesn't have to be 6 months, and then we can also, we're currently working on our strategic plan and some other initiatives that this is very helpful, and that's why I've kind of held off on moving forward with our strategic plan, because I want to pull in this information. It'll help us guide us out to the next 5 years. But so we have some things going on right now, but I think having another workshop in the near future, and we can decide that. We don't have to decide that right now, but I think a year or out, or maybe a little longer.
My feeling had always been if we could get this to a yearly event, I think that would be useful. And I know, again, previous conversations with staff at the previous workshops, understanding the burden and understanding the impact that it has on your agendas. Maybe you won't have quite such a bad Thursday next time, but if we could get to a yearly get together, I think that would be.
And it takes resources to organize these things, and it was very helpful to be able to have able to hire a facilitator to take the burden off. And Caitlin's done a fantastic job, and he's working on other initiatives around the state, facilitating those. So if we can get additional funding for this specific type of coordination, I think it's really important that we asked our the resources secretary to support those sorts of things, coordination efforts.
6-month check-in, evaluate a meeting in a year in Chile. All right. Last call on a very good session. From my perspective, the reason this was an effective meeting was all of the preparation that went in. That's always the case. A great deal of preparation went into this session, so please let me acknowledge that on all sides. Thank you for your participation today. Thank you for everybody who traveled here and participated and observed this meeting today. I'll leave it to the chair to adjourn. Adjourned.
I feel like we should adjourn. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.